You knew that?
I think I knew it by
Okay.
who raced for VDS in the States and also raced for Nissan.
Yeah. And the other one was Gary, of course.
Gary, that's who never really raced in the States. No, that's no bearing on his...
Just means that Jim didn't know him so much.
Yeah, exactly, for as well.
So hopefully we'll get Karen, as he only lives down the road from Radio Le Mans Towers, hopefully we'll have Karen as a guest on Midweek Motorsport in the near future.
He's not having my
and maybe have him over for dinner, see if he will join us for a show. In fact, actually, we could get a decent motor racing squad up from guys that live within coming to dinner's range of Hindhoff Towers, with Matt Griffin just round the corner, and it's been on the edge of Northamptonshire. I dare say we could get a decent team of drivers up. So that's breaking news today, and we'll bring you more later on. It's a very, very short gap now before we go into the next phase.
And if I can interrupt, dinner at Hindhoff Towers is not to be...
Oh. Well, you don't think I got like this? No, you don't think I got unable to fit in Faisal Bin Laden's race suit by myself, do you?
No.
It wasn't an accident, shall we say.
And I never lose weight when I go to your house. Even though I try.
Now, for those of you in the UK or Europe, Motors TV do have some exclusive live television pictures from this event over the weekend, and their first transmission is going to be starting a little bit earlier than was anticipated at 4:15 local time. That's 12:15 in the UK, and they'll be joining up with us here on RadioLeMans.com, and Nick Damon will be presenting that show before handing off to the commentary team up here. So both Audis in the top 4 in qualifying for United Autosports.
So clear
right
the children from the room.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, put the television in front of the fire if you want to keep the kids away from it. That's the way to do it. So that's coming up in about 10 minutes' time. We're all the way through till the end of evening practice, nighttime practice. It will be darkness as well for this. And I just wonder how many people will take the opportunity. I suppose, Paul, in the smaller classes, having the track to yourself will be a little less frantic. You give the opportunity, perhaps, to put some of your less confident drivers in at this stage. Or do you put your less confident drivers out when there's more traffic on to give them more confidence?
Exactly, yeah. I was kind of going through the thought process myself. I think I'd probably go for putting the more able driver out when the track is less busy in order to move it up the grid a little bit. But with the smaller classes, it is in any case even more irrelevant where you start on the grid. I mean, we always talk about how irrelevant it is where you start on the grid, but it's even more irrelevant where you start on the grid in the smaller classes, because you're not even going to be on television or anything by being pole sitter in your class.
That's a good point.
I mean, even at the Nürburgring, if you're pole sitter for your class, at least okay, it's about 4 or 6 minutes after everybody else has started, you come through and start your race. But at least there's a nice picture of you there in the front of your group, because they have this grouping in the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Well, Motors TV, though, will be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
you'll be on TV qualifying.
Yes, there you go.
I would use the Hugh Chamberlain.
3,
Which is
4, 5, 6, 7,
very good.
8.
The skyline of Dubai out in the
indeed.
distance,
Yes,
visible. Certainly the best we've seen it since we've been here. perhaps to do with the wind that's blowing in from the south and west, basically almost parallel to the coastline of Dubai, which runs southwest to northeast.
Oh, okay.
I must say, when we came here, I had no preconceived notions of what I was going to see. And I've been blown away. I mean, elements of it have surprised me, and not in necessarily a good way. But overwhelmingly, I have been hugely impressed with the people and the atmosphere of the city of Dubai and the racetrack here. It's a very friendly place, and I can now understand why people come here for holiday. I mean, this is a great place. This is a great spot.
And we've barely scratched the surface, because obviously we're
going back and forth to work every day.
Yeah, exactly. And that is one of the things that is always a slight sadness to us, that we
I mean, anybody that can build a ski slope indoors has got my attention.
we unfortunately we get to sip on the cup of tea without really having to enjoy the whole mug when we come to all these places, don't we?
I know she's not listening now. Next time you and I are coming here without
John, can you hear me?
And we're going skiing.
Yeah, absolutely. In 10 seconds, when that comes back to Eve, then we're in big trouble. Yeah. Okay. Stand by to go qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes or so away, a little bit more than that, to get the qualifying underway for the first of the classes that have been broken out. That's A1 to A5, D1, D2 and A3T. And they will have 15 minutes to themselves. Then we'll back that up with, half an hour to themselves. Then we'll have another half an hour, 30 minutes for A6, SP2, which is GT3A, and GT4A, SP3, and 997. And then we go back to what is effectively free practice again, but this time in the darkness from 6 till 8. Good time to get your headlights pointing in the right direction. Now, bad news for Paul is they've cleared the screens, Paul.
I know, I did notice, and I thought, oh dear,
John,
we're going to have to rely on Jim's list. What we of course don't have
John,
is that every time for every car.
We'll just know who the poles are.
Yeah.
Nick to John,
Yes,
John, can
good
you hear
point.
me?
Unless, of course, it resets itself
Yes.
when it goes through.
All right.
Does give a chance for us to talk a little more about the A1 to A5 classes, D1, D2 and A3T. If you're listening on the web at the moment and you're not quite certain how all these classes sit, it is a perfect opportunity to listen to Nick Damon Explains It All, his now invaluable guide to all of the multi-class races that we do. And it's another classic piece of broadcasting from Nick, 7.5 minutes of pure broadcast gold. So if you haven't if you haven't downloaded that already, it's in the preview. It's built in the preview, but it's also on the Dubai 24 page of RadioLeMond.com.
John, are you monitoring me?
I
Can
won't
you hear me,
interrupt Nick
John?
at the moment, because obviously we're getting his hair and makeup done to front the start of the show.
On TV, do I have to do my spiel now?
So
Nick to John,
we'll,
Nick to John.
Join up with those guys in just a few moments' time. Some thoughts about what we might see, gentlemen. Paul, who do you know out of these classes who you think might be setting the pace when it comes to the qualifying session?
Oh, shuffling of papers. Well, I suppose
make sure you're monitoring me.
The favourite
It's going to be a slightly
performance
longer
so far is the
intro.
Best
They
Class
want a
Racing
slight
Team
walk down the
Mini,
pits as well,
because
and then
that's
I'll
been
throw
going very
to
nicely.
you
This is car number
three,
80.
so it'll be probably
I don't
about a
think
minute,
we've
then I'll
seen
throw to
a
you.
session yet when that car hasn't been top of its list. It's another very international driving lineup. The German Stephanie Halm, Cora Schumacher, Martin Tjornia, and then the Croatian Franko Kovac and the Swede Fredrik Lestrup, the drivers of it. So number 80 in the Cora Schumacher, I don't think so. Can't think what relation she would be.
It's his wife. It is her.
It's wife.
But it's
Is
not
it his
her.
wife?
But it's not her.
I thought his wife was Corinna.
Ah.
Oh, hang on. Was Cora Ralph's wife?
Fairly sure his wife was Corinna.
It's Ralph's wife, isn't it?
Yes.
And she's
It
been
is
here
his
before.
wife.
She
Okay.
raced here last year.
Okay. Anyway, between them, they've been almost unbeatable in A2, so that would be where my money for that class would go, Class A2.
The only one that's gotten close to them is the 81 car. I another Mini, the SIG Motorsports entry.
Right. What else were we looking at? There was
A5.
There was a Ginetta, which was very nice, wasn't it? In the, I think that was SP5, wasn't it? The 11. Can't remember what number it was. That Ginetta 116 was it? The Optimum Motorsport. Yes, the Ginetta. That's in SP3, which is not out now. That's out later. So we go up to A5, don't we?
Yeah.
Trouble is, my list is not split by class, so it's...
The 53 and the 54 have been fastest in sessions. The 54 was fastest yesterday and this morning. The 53 has pretty much been the fastest during the qualifying sessions.
Yeah, BMWs both.
Yeah, both BMWs. One's the 53 is an M3 E46, and the 54 is a E46 GTR.
We'll be live with Motors TV and Nick Damon in just a few moments' time, so bear with us here on RadioLeMans.com whilst we bring the whole of the endurance racing community together.
RadioLeMans.com, Motorsports original internet broadcaster. Our world-class live coverage has been setting the standard for over a decade, and now it's even easier to listen. Just go to RadioLeMans.com. You don't need an app or a download. It's Motorsport 24 hours a day, every day. And remember, we have a huge archive of motorsport audio ready when you want to listen. Live, on demand, on download. 3 ways to listen, 1 place to go. RadioLeMans.com.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to the Dubai Autodrome for the 7th edition of the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours. It's John Hindhaugh and the rest of the RadioLeMans.com team. Up in the booth, Paul Truswell and Jim Roller. And down in the pit lane is Nick Damon, and he's who you'll hear next as we join up with a full live broadcast.
Hello and welcome to Dubai for Motors TV's live and exclusive coverage of the 24 hours of Dubai, sponsored by Dunlop here at the Dubai International Autodrome. You join us just in time for qualification, a interesting version of qualification. We've had an hour of general qualifying already, and we'll have 2 half-hour sessions, one for the more road-based cars and one for the more prototypes as well, the GT Specials and the GT3 cars. As you can see behind me, we have a fantastic eclectic mix of cars, a Renault Clio, a Ginetta G50. If we spin round this way, we'll see we have here one of the Nissan 370Zs, and further on we have a plethora of very high quality GT3 machinery from Lamborghini, Ferrari, Mercedes, and of course Audi, amongst others. But to talk you through and explain a bit more about the qualifying, which is a little bit unique and a little bit different, it's up in the booth, it's Jim Roller, Paul Truswell, and first, John Hindhaugh.
Thanks very much, Nick. Nick Damon down there in the powered by Nissan pit lane, just enjoying the last remnants of the sunshine here as out goes one of the Honda Accords. It's been already a very busy day for these teams, gentlemen, because unlike many other forms of motor racing that we're used to seeing, where it's spread out over a number of days, this is a very compact and closed up version of a 24-hour race, with Paul Truswell most of the action coming in just the next couple of days.
Well, it all started today, didn't it, really? In fact, I have to admit, I only just arrived here today. I know you've been here for a few days, but free practice started at 11:30 this morning. It went on for 45 minutes. We then had a lunch break, which was nice. We then had another hour, it was an hour and a half of free practice. So they had an hour and a half plus 45 minutes of free practice immediately before and after lunch. And then qualifying started, and that was at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We're now at 4:15. We've had, as Nick was just saying, an hour of qualifying when all the cars were allowed out together, which meant that with something in excess of 65 cars participating in this weekend's race, the track was fairly busy. So in order to allow the drivers a little bit more clear track, what they've done now for the remaining part of qualifying is to have 2 half-hour sessions, but splitting the field, and as Nick was saying, the slower classes, which is to say the cars A1 up to A5, will be out for the next half hour trying to set a time, and then we'll get the really big battle for the final grid positions, which will be going on after that for a further half hour at 5 o'clock in about 45 minutes time.
And Jim Roller, these classes, the A1 to A5, D1, D2 and A3T, as Nick mentioned, perhaps not firing right towards the front of the field, but a good mix of cars like the Ginetta G50 that we're looking at the moment. And Nick mentioned the eclectic mix. We've been absolutely amazed at what's been up and down this pit lane for the 70 plus cars that will take part in the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours. Nice to see the kind of attitude that race organisers Creventic have got when they look at this race, to say, you've got a car, you want to race it? Come on, let's work you into a class somewhere.
It's not quite run what you brung, but certainly talk to us and we'll see where we can fit you in. And they do want to make an equal and level playing field for everyone. So there are some performance balancing tricks that they do that we'll get into in later telecasts during the race. But for the most part, this is a series of classes that are balanced pretty well throughout the interior of the class. And one quick note, the A2 through 5 have all been lumped together. I think they were a little bit short of a couple entries in some of the A classes. So for timing and scoring purposes, we're only seeing A2 and A5. And in this session, SP3 is out there as well.
Looking at the RGN Motorsports, their second entry is the Nissan 370Z. This is a nice development of the 370. The guy started off with the 350 and moved on to 370 when that body shell became available. This one of 3 factory blessed, at least, Nissans that are here across the weekend. The 120 car is the Tatsuya Tanaka, Hamid Al Masood and Richard Meaden, Dickie Meaden, well-known motoring journalist of the Evo magazine. And as far as Hamid Al Masood, well, should need no real introduction to endurance racing followers. He's been doing a cracking job in the American Le Mans Series with his team Oryx Dyson. And he's decided to head off to pastures new and Grandam for 2012, but coming back to, I think he will, coming back to his roots. This area comes from this area of the world, and driving with Dickie Meaden, who we often talk about, of course, in our coverage of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, because he is one of the guys who Aston Martin tend to give a call to for that race. Very, very impressive racing driver. Yes, he's a motor racing journalist. He would give that as his profession, but I think it's fair to say that Dickie could hold his own as far as a racing driver goes, particularly in this longer form of motor racing. And for those of you perhaps joining us on an early afternoon back in Europe, watching the long shadows here as we head towards nightfall and sundown, the type of mindset that you need is very different for this type of racing than from sprint racing. Now, here are the red hot favourites for the weekend. We're looking at pictures now of the 2 Saudi faulted by Schubert BMW Z4s. Number 1, you would expect the number 1 would be the defending champion, and it is, as we're getting one of the this is the 888 Audi coming into the pit lane, one of the Dutch entered cars. This car was built from a road car, but we saw just a moment ago the defending champions. Let's get back up to that pit, and Nick Damon has tracked down a man who knows all about what's got to be done to win this race And what puts it all together? Jörg Muller is in the driving squad again, an impressive driving squad for the Saudi Falcons #1 team. That's with the BMW Z4.
Many well-known and respected faces. Jörg Muller, Jörg, away from your usual position within DTM and World Endurance Championship, and you're still with a BMW, but a Z4, Dubai 24 Hours, and you're the favourites.
I think this year there's a lot of favorites. I mean, there's 30 cars which can win the race, 30 cars on really good pace, so it's going to be a very, very tough race. I don't want to say we're favorites. We can play with them, and, it's a long race.
Now, the unique thing about the Dubai 24 Hours is this qualification and base time. Can you explain it to our viewers and listeners?
Well, it's quite simple. There's penalties which are in the regulations. If you go quicker than 2:05, you get something like 50 kilos more weight and get less fuel. If you go quicker, you get even more weight and even less fuel, and then you get also right height changes. So you always try to stay under a certain amount of the lap time, and then see what the race brings you.
So is there a point within the car where perhaps you can carry a bit of extra weight and get a 203, say, that makes the car quicker over 24 hours, or are you sticking hard and fast to the 205?
Well, the thing is, especially in that race, with more than 70 cars on the circuit, you need to be sure that you can also do that lap time in traffic. So from our feeling, it's better to stay a little bit slower in qualifying and do these lap times consistent.
So give us your impressions of Dubai. I mean, it's you've done so many endurance races all around the world. Apart from the fact it's fabulous to be in this marvellous weather in January, what else are the high points of the event?
Well, the circuit itself is really challenging. It's I've been here first time in 2004 with ETCC. From then till now, a lot of stuff has changed. New grandstands, new towers everywhere around. So, but the biggest thing is really the circuit, which is nice to drive and not really easy.
And will you be qualifying the car or trying to make the set qualifying time?
I think Claudia is going to do that. She's with the team for really long, and she really knows how to handle the car, and I think she's our favourite for qualifying.
Jörg, thank you very much, and I believe the track action has been temporarily suspended. A red flag for car 117.
The Ginetta, yes indeed, Nova Race Bianco sitting fourth in SP3 at the moment, and there is the evidence on the screen of that car having come to a dead stop. I'm afraid there's no fire in that Ford V6 that powers the Ginetta G50, and that has come to a halt on the side of the circuit. The officials deeming that to be in a place of danger, and there's not a lot of runoff at that side. You can see he's still actually pretty much adjacent to the circuit. The clock has been stopped in this session. Now there is the team car, and talk about difference in fortune, Jim. There's one of their cars stuck out on the circuit, whilst the other, as far as SP3 is concerned,
is on the pole. A new pole time, 2:11.559. Now, this is the second session for these cars. Remember, we had a big group session earlier, so there are actual times to beat for these guys in this session where they have separated out the groups, and we now have a new pole time for the 118 car of 2:11.559. He beats the 116's time of 1:12.252. So the 115 car is now, I guess, third if we go by aggregate, as the 116 is still, his time is still better. And in the A2 category, it is, as we thought, the 80 car, the Mini, the Besoplast racing entry at 2:24.529, and that, in fact, is not an improvement from his earlier time. And then let's look down to A5. It is the 50 car that is so far quickest in this session, but he was actually on an outlap. So no times yet for the A5 class. One's in the fueling tank, and the others were on outlaps when the red flag came out.
As you can see, the intervention vehicle has been dispatched, but this is of such a problem mechanically that it is a flatbed that is required.
It's Frank Hugh, I think.
Down in the
32.
down in the pit lane. Nick Damon is ready to update us while that flatbed is doing its work. It's not going to be the work of a moment, that, because they'll want to make sure there's no damage done to the splitters in that car. On that car, should I say. There is the evidence of no action. What's very interesting to me, though, is that the clock has been stopped. Normally, if we've had a problem in these sessions, the clock has been allowed to run on. There is the pit lane. Let's head down to Nick Damon in the pit lane. Nick.
Yeah, I feel I'd go to the other end after the mass professionalism of Saudi Falcons and Jörg Müller, a true team effort from the 54 JR Motorsport and Peter van Solen. Peter, how are you and how are your team approaching this event and the qualifying?
Now, it was very bad, of course. We had a small accident, but mechanics fixed it very well. And we hope the car is good enough so we can set a good time, of course.
Now, you've come here with a sort of previous generation BMW. I mean, what's the thoughts behind bringing that particular car all the way to Dubai?
Now, because he proves himself already. We won last year in Dubai. Unfortunately, I was not there. But you cannot be everywhere. And in Barcelona, he won again. So that's the reason why we took this car.
So you're very seasoned with the preventing events. I mean, it is a remarkably well-organised event, and you're getting a lot of track time today. It's interesting that there's so much running today. Is that a challenge for the team?
Yes, of course. There's always a challenge, of course. And you want to be the best, the winter class in Dubai, of course.
So who are your key rivals in your class?
That's a good question. No, I don't know precise, but we want as much as high we can. Of course, top 10 maybe overall.
Now, just before the red flag, you were about to sneak out there and get out for time. I noticed that behind us there's a little bit of work going under the car. Is that just routine, or have you discovered a slight problem?
No, I hope it's routine.
Thanks, Peter. And that's kind of the ebb and flow. They're about to go out. There was a red flag, and now they've gone back for an extra check. Probably looks like something's loose underneath, so I think it's probably just as well.
Yeah, BMW getting a little look over. BMW, the most well-represented manufacturer here. I stand to be corrected on this, but I think other than in the Porsche 997 class, which doesn't have any BMWs, obviously, I think they are in every other category. If not, it can't be very many that are missed. Man's leg sticking out from splitter. That is never a good sign, is it? It tends to mean there's something going on underneath that shouldn't be. Now, normally, you see, if that was in your local garage, that would also mean that the bill had just gone up by about 200 quid. But these guys are working very hard indeed.
SP2
doesn't have a BMW in it.
No.
Okay, but apart from that, well, okay, fine. But there's a lot of them, of all shapes and sizes, and particularly.
And there's lots in the classes. I mean,
yeah.
You're right. This is well subscribed.
There is the pit lane, and as you can see, with 70 plus entries, it's very difficult to get everyone their own exact piece of space. So they do have to park 2 and 3 wide. The pit lane siren goes as the flatbed is in the back. The green flag is about to wave, and there will be a dash out, and the clock has restarted. Let's head back down to Nick before things get too noisy, and he's with another one of the Nissans, this time the car that holds all of the champions of the graduates, should I say, of the Nissan GT Academy. And for the first time in 2011, Nick, the GT Academy was held in the United States, and Brian Highcott was the man who won the championship.
He did, and just to do the usual thing, they started the car and driven off. Now, Brian, actually, you just got out of the 120 car, didn't you? Because you are actually running both in the 100 car, which is the gamers car, and the 120. Tell us the thinking behind that.
Well, just in case something happens to the 100 car, for Jan and I, this race was our prize for winning GT Academy. So, if something should happen to our 100 car, we're qualified in the 120 as a backup so that we can get the experience of racing in the Dubai 24.
You mentioned the prize. I think most people are quite au fait now with the idea of the PlayStation sofa to Nissan GT Academy to racing here in Dubai, but explain to us what the last few months have been like for you since you won the American leg of the championship.
Yeah, the last 4 months have been a real adventure. I moved to the UK for a few months to do a lot of training, physical training, mental sessions, a lot of track time at Silverstone with some great instruction. We have driver coaches that come to the events with us and go through data and video with us. So it's really a very thorough driver development program to get Jan and myself up to speed in as short a time as possible.
And unlike some other driver development programs, you can actually see the results, because your teammate, Lucas Ordonez, has just finished a fantastically successful season in P2, podium at Le Mans. That must really drive you guys on.
Absolutely. I mean, it shows us what's possible through the Nissan GT Academy program. Lucas has been working really hard since he won it, and look at the things that he's done already in just 3 years of racing. And Jordan Tresson as well. He just came off of winning the Blancpain Endurance Series Championship in GT4.
As you say, this is your prize. You're sharing the prize ride for 2011 with Jan Mardenborough. What's your aim? What are you trying to achieve from this? Are you saying if you can do so well, you'll get a drive in something else next year? What's that kind of how do I move forward feeling?
Well, for me, this was the only opportunity that I had to pursue a career in motorsport. So I want to make the most of it and have a long career in motorsport. And hopefully the GT Academy will continue to grow and support me along the way.
And the team's aims just for this weekend?
Well, our main aim is to finish and have a good race that way. We're not too concerned about ultimate lap times at the moment, but as long as we drive quickly and consistently, we have 4 very consistent drivers in the car, so our main aim is to reach the finish and maybe score a podium if we're lucky.
Brian, thank you very much. I think with the talent of the car, they won't need anything more than luck in the reliability. You've certainly got the speed behind the wheel there.
Don't disagree with that. It's been a remarkable programme, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it throughout the weekend. This event was the original prize drive for Lucas Ordonez, and in 3 years, as Nick points out, he has gone from armchair to Arnage in terms of his racing career. The Audi that we're looking at the moment, based on a road car, that's not an Audi R8 LMS, that was built by the team from a road car. They have a spare one. This is the Red Camel Jordan.nl, the Dutch entered team, the Audi R8, and they've got a very nice matte black wrapped car behind the pit and paddock areas, just in case they need any spares on the hoof. Still got its Netherlands registration plate on it, and those guys, well, look at the difference there between that and what's just gone past it. That's the Megane Trophy car, a car that was built to go and race. It's a tube frame silhouette car that races in a one make series, normally not for 24 hours. So again, Jim, compromise is having to be made from a lot of these cars, and that is the spirit of the event here, that you bring a car that's normally doing 30-minute, 45-minute sprint races, stick a set of lights on it and get out there and do the best you can. This is really endurance racing at its most grassroots, and fair play for that.
And why not? I mean, the opportunity to take the Megane or a Clio Cup car, we've seen the Clio Cup car compete, or this road car, that's a great point. We've seen those cars compete at the Nürburgring successfully for 24 hours, so why not? We may even see an American-style stock car in the race as well. So it's an opportunity to test the limits of different kinds of machinery to see what's going to work best.
Now, whilst we've still got some 16.5 minutes here before we can tell you who'll be on pole position for this category, the timing and scoring not exactly playing ball with us just at the moment, but it's they're busy putting back in the times from the earlier sessions, I think, as Paul Truswell was hoping for. If you're watching this at the moment and watching this Audi R8 circulating through turns 1 and 2 here of the 3.5 or 5.6 kilometre, 3.5 mile circuit here at Dubai, then you're clearly interested in automobile racing of the longer variety. So let me bring you up to date with some breaking news. We've got a couple of McLaren GT drivers to tell you about, including Rob Bell, who signed up as a works driver with Alvaro Parent and Alexander Sims. We've also heard that Mark Blundell will be driving for United Autosport, who are here this weekend with their Audis. They move to running McLarens, and he'll be driving for them. And in the World Endurance Championship, in a Prototype 1 car, David Brabham and Peter Dumbreck will be driving for JRM, who are running the GT3 GTR Nissan here. Well, they've got another Japanese brand in their garage as well, in the shape of Honda. They've got a new Honda P1 WEC car, World Endurance Championship car, that will be running next year, same as Stracker and Muscle Milk. And they've got David Brabham, Peter Dumbreck, and some bloke called Karen Chandok, who apparently has been doing some open wheel racing. So that's a pretty impressive lineup for that squad. Meantime, watching the Bezoplast Mini, which is the number 80 car in the green and white Bezoplast colours, and as you can see, this little car being tweaked a little bit from the Mini Challenge. Got about 30 or 40 more horsepower than the standard John Cooper Works car, and the 80 machine currently sitting in 12th position with a 2:21.8, and that is the first of the A2 cars. Provisional pole sitter in that category, and again, proof, if proof were needed, that you don't have to spend a huge amount of money and go out and buy an expensive sports car to be able to do 24-hour racing. So we have a new fastest lap and a new not quite a new second place lap there. Track Talk in the 115 car. That's another one of the Genetis, the 3.7 litre V6 up front.
Yep, plus second class.
And in third place is the 126, the Lotus Evora, confusingly run by Marcus Racing, and that is Cor Oiser of Marcos fame. For those of you who have longer memories, and Cor still very much involved. Now that's one of the Aston Martins. That's the N24 GT4 version of that car. It's easily recognisable by the fact it has few, if any, aerodynamic aids, and if you look, not even a rear deck spoiler on the number 31 of the Hamburg 3 Racing. Now, while we keep an eye on that and watch the times for you, let's get back down into the pit lane. This time last year, we were all very excited about the debut, not of this driver, but of the car that he was in, because this was the race that Mercedes-Benz chose to debut the SLS GT3, and Bert Schneider is back for another go in the pit lane with Nick Damon.
Bernd, your second year with the SLS here in Dubai. How different is the car we see here from the car you raced last year?
Honestly, it's not a big difference. The car was quite good last year. We improved just small things, and I think last year we were already in a good position to fight for a podium, and the rules hasn't changed so much. It means it was not necessary to do something. Now, of course, the rules are unique for this event. You have to set a time and then stick that time. What sort of target time is your team looking at? As you could see already, that most of the drivers try to achieve a lap time around 2 minutes 5. That's not being much quicker, because otherwise you get too much punished by weight and fuel restrictions. And I think this would be a good strategy. But some of the others went quicker. We will see how that works in the race. How difficult is it for a racing driver to rein back their natural instincts and go on, just go for that nice gentle time? Yeah, last year was a bit harder for me to get used to that. But in the race, doing the traffic, I think 2:05, it's a quite good lap time to achieve, and that means I think this would be a good speed in the race if you could do this. I mean, the traffic is a major issue, isn't it? We've got 70, 72 entries. You're one of the fastest cars. How do you deal with that maximum speed differential of the cars? Yeah, some of the slow cars, honestly, in the corners, they're quite quick. I mean, if you see there are good drivers on the car, you just stay behind and on the straight you try to pass them. If you start fighting with them in the corners, it costs you even more time. But sometimes even you have to attack, because if you are under pressure, then you have to attack a little bit more. But it's a big deal to manage this and to avoid some accidents, because if you got an accident, the race is over. And are you going to be the guy who's qualifying the car? I have done the qualifying before, and now we will do the night sessions.
So you're not going to actually go out for you won't go out for the dedicated A6 session then?
I think we settled our time was quite okay with 2:05 something, and I think it's quite good lap times. And now we will settle the car for tonight, night practice, to see how the light works, how the car works, even in cooler temperature. And there's some more work to do, and then hopefully we are prepared for the race.
Thank you very much. So that's interesting that perhaps some of the larger A6 teams actually might consider not doing the practice, the qualifying session in about half an hour's time, but they've already set the target time they're aiming for.
Yeah, and that is the only downside of the situation that we find ourselves in here. It's immensely laudable that Creventic, the organisers of the Dubai 24, indeed the 24-hour series, which encompasses a number of other events, very laudable that they have this system whereby you can't really sandbag. There's no point, because if you go too quickly you're going to get either moved in class or you will have penalties. You do get 10 laps, joker laps they call them, where you can go quicker than the target time, but after that you get pulled into the pit lane and you are stopped for twice the amount of time that you have exceeded, or sorry, that you have gone quicker than the target time. So it's pretty punitive, because you've got the in and out of the pit lane as well at 40 kilometres an hour, which is the slowest pit lane that I've ever been involved with. The problem is, of course, once you've set that time, is there any point in going any quicker? So that is exactly what Nick's talking about. Now, looking at this very interesting machine that resembles a VW Scirocco, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very much so. It's definitely a Scirocco front end.
Yeah, and I think those back light clusters have seen, I bet they've got a VW part number on them somewhere. It's by GC, and this is one of the specials that is out there in the SP3 category, and the guys are running around the moment in 11th in class and 13th overall. In fact, they've just dropped back one. And this is exactly, again, the spirit of this event. It is, we've got something, we'd like to go and do some cost-effective racing, and let's take it to Dubai 24 hours. Now, it's much better, rather than me try and tell you about this GC, let's go down to the pit lane where Nick is in the pit of that 106 car, and he can talk with one of the team members now. Let's find out about this GC, Nick.
Yeah, it's with Bart de Hughes. Bart, I mean, this looks like an Audi R8 GT3, but it's not, is it?
No, it is not a real Audi GT3. It is custom built by ourselves. A great car to drive, but not so fast as the real GT3. It is an 8-cylinder, and it is not so fast as the 10-cylinder, of course.
So it started life just as an ordinary R8 road car, which you then stripped down, worked with the engine, worked with the suspension. How much have you changed for the car to turn it into this almost R8 GT3?
I'm not changed. The guys from the team, they changed, of course. They did a great job. They changed the gearbox to a Lamborghini gearbox because a normal R8 is 4-wheel drive. They changed it to the rear-wheel drive, of course. They changed the spacers. They changed a lot of things. You have to ask to them. I don't know. I must drive them.
But what's the end result like? Does it make a good racing car with all those sort of changes to it? From 4-wheel drive to 2-wheel drive is a pretty major change.
The major change, what they make?
Does it make a good racing car? Does it handle well? Does it lost 2 wheels in its drive?
Yeah, they make a good car. It is easy to drive. It is fun to drive, really.
Thanks, Bob. Well, there are a couple of other cars within the Jordan's NL, which we'll try and cover later, which are also equally interesting. But it just goes to show what you can do if you've got an Audi R8 and a few quid. You can go racing. It's a pretty impressive example of a home build. I suppose it's almost a kit car, John.
Yes, sorry about that. I thought we were going to go down to the pit of the 54 car that we'd been watching. My apologies, but that is the car we saw a lot of earlier on in those very significant and easy to spot colours. The Jordan.N L car, and there is the venerable Audi 4.2 litre V8. Interesting that the Audi R8 sports car that did so well at Le Mans and introduced the world to stratified fuel injection, or fuel stratified injection, let's get it the right way around, FSI, had an engine that was exactly the same dimensions, external dimensions as that, so you could have put that fire-breathing 950 horsepower Audi lump into the front of your A6 Avant. Now there's a project for someone if we're talking about home builds. Taking a look at the times, we have a new provisional pole sitter. This is the number 120 Nissan, the RGN Motorsport second car, entered by Bob Neville and Nissan, and this is an SP3 car. It's just done a 2:11.323, and
I think it's Tetsuya Tanaka behind the wheel of that car. Scoring has Brian Huttaker listed, but Brian was being interviewed by Nick when the car went out with Brian's name still in the scoring, so maybe Nick can double check that for us, but we think it was Tanaka behind the wheel who set that new time, 2:11.323. So it's the 120, the 118, and the 115 at the top of the SP3 standings. Then in A5 it's the number 54 JR Motorsports BMW that was so quick earlier in the weekend, and then in A5 in second place is the number 50 Cooper Racing entry, and then in the top of A2, as he has been since they rolled off the back of the well, actually rolled it out of the container, off the back of the truck, as the Best Class Racing Team Mini number 80.
There is the Black Falcon, the second of those two mini yellow cars. Black Falcon BMW, the 23 car in SP3. Black Falcon again will be a team who are familiar to endurance racing listeners to RadioLeMans.com or even to Motors TV. The 24 hours of the Nürburgring, a lot of teams who have experience there are here as well. And in some ways, in fact,
and why wouldn't you?
Well, I was going to say, and in some ways, in fact, the VLN races that are based around the Nordschleife in Germany has influenced Creventic and this championship, and indeed things like the Brit cars in the UK. Similar class structure and a sort of attitude that has gone on with those guys that, well, you know, let's go racing, and if the factories want to come and play, fine, but if they don't, we're quite happy to just play among ourselves.
But if they're going to come play, they're going to come play by our rules. They're not going to whinge on that they want this advantage and they've got this new widget and blah blah blah. So less than 3 minutes to go now. Yep, right down 3 minutes and
on the nosy,
7 seconds to go. So if anybody's got anything left to show, now is the time to show it in SP3, A5, or A2.
Yeah, and there's only one of the top 6 in the pit lane at the moment in terms of times, so there's still plenty of cars out there. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th all in the pit lane. As you can see, it is beginning to get a little less bright out there at the moment, as we've got a new provisional pole sitter, and it was the car that we were watching just a few moments ago. The Black Falcon BMW number 54 has just gone through to 2:11.1.
1-3,
if you want to go down to 3 decimal places. Now, that little Honda was the first car out of the pit lane, and he's still tooling round, getting full value for money. And there is that 54. Remember, that was the GR Motorsport car that we were looking at earlier, rather not the Black Falcon, my apologies. Black Falcon's the 23 car, and that was the car that had the problems earlier on. Remember, that was the chap who had the legs out of the front of the car. Now let's see if we can spot the driver.
And we also have a new pole sitter now in SP3, the Marcos entry. The 126 has gone to the top at 2:11.187.
Yeah, that's one of the Lotus, isn't it?
Yep.
Caught Oiser back in harness in the Lotus Evora, yeah. Smashing that car.
You say Evora or Evora?
Evora.
Evora, that's what we say.
The engine based on a Toyota unit, and we have seen that car racing in ILMC and at Le Mans this year, albeit in the GTE format rather than the SP3 here, or GT4 I suppose. And those guys still aren't happy with that. I mean, you're on pole for goodness sake, guys. Motorsport. No, I think what we might find there that
they're just putting somebody out for an outlap just to get another, because there's 36 seconds left. So
he's not even going to get a flyer, is he? At that point,
no, but he'll get 2 laps. So 1 outlap and 1 around to come back in. So
they're practicing driver changes. Fire it up! Come on. Now it's Bart van der Zwerde who's got out of that car as it heads back into the fray. Provisional pole sitter at the moment, and
pole sitter
in 2 seconds he will be there. The checkered flag is waving as in comes the Marcus Racing Evora, and let's go and speak to our pole sitter in A5, Nick Damon.
Well, it's one of those wonderful bits of luck, and I only actually spoke to his teammate because the car looked like it was in trouble. But then, Bart van der Zwerde, you put that 54 car on pole in A5.
Yeah, that's a superb job. The guys did a lot of work. One of my colleague drivers had a little bit of damage to the car, and it was a lot of work, but the car was just right on time. It was ready, and the car was driving very good. And I went for it, and I would like to do something back for the team because they did a lot of work, so this is a present for them.
So you've got pole in the class now, but now you have to be able to keep up that average speed over the course of the 24 hours.
Yeah, now we were very last year, and the car was also very good last year. We also drove the Barcelona. The car was also very good over there, so we've got a good speed in the car. The team does a very good job, and we've got some good drivers, so I think it's going to be a very nice race.
Now you've got again a team of 4 or 5 drivers. Will you rotate strictly, 1, 2, 3, 4, or will perhaps the faster drivers get more time in the car?
We have to think about it. One of the guys has to make a strategy for the drivers, but I think I'm going to be as last, and in the night we are going to change 2 drivers, or driving 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, and then we're going back to the hotel so other guys can drive for 4 hours in total.
That's a good idea. Always good to get some rest in the 24 hours. Best of luck for tomorrow. Thanks for talking to us, Bart.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane. The checkered flag then is waving. And we have some combined times which we'll run through for you in just a moment. The SP3 Aston of Hamburg Racing just completing its slowing down lap. Something very pure about the lines of that Aston Martin Vantage. Often the forgotten car in Aston's range. Everybody talks about the DBSs and the Rapids and the cars at the top of the range, but the new GT3 car will be that body shape with the V12 engine, of course, and we're very excited about that. There's a V8 engine GTE car coming to the World Endurance Championship and the American Le Mans Series, factory car as well, of course. Adrian Fernandez bringing the Lowe's sponsorship onto that car, and Aston Martin, both the Works Racing side and Aston Martin Racing, which rather confusingly are.
It's going to be great to have them in the American Series.
Yeah, two slightly different arms, but they've both agreed that is the body shape that will be the forefront, and much as Porsche have done over the years.
And that's what's marketed in the United States. I mean, that's the body shape you buy in the United States. So most often.
Well, Porsche have done it very successfully with the 911 down through the years. They've concentrated all of their racing onto the factory racing, onto the 911 chassis in various shapes or forms.
That's my aspirational car.
Second position on the timing screens and best in SP3, the Marcos Racing Lotus Evora, and as we were telling you, Kurt Oyser, the man at the head of that particular effort, and Nick Damon has him down the pit lane.
Kokoisa, congratulations on pole in the SP3 class with the Marcos Lotus. That's a bit of an odd thing for us British people who remember Marcos being a car in its own right.
No, it's not really a Marcos, it's a Lotus Evora. The name is still a Marcos Racing, maybe we're going to change it in the future. But the car is great, we have good balance, the tyres doing well. I think the fuel consumption is good, so I think we have a good shot to be on the podium in this SP3 class.
I mean, Cor, you were completely associated with Marcos. I mean, how come you switched the Lotus brand?
Well, they don't make that much anymore with Marcos lately. I think 10 years they made the last car. But Lotus came up with this nice car, and I always love English type cars, and so I decided to buy one and start competing with it. And it's doing quite well, and for next year we're looking good for the European and Dutch Championship. So we're going to have a shot for the championship.
I mean, that's an ambition for next year, but what about in the future? There is a Le Mans version of this car, there's the GTE Lotus Evora. Could we see Cor back at Le Mans?
Good possible, I love Le Mans. On the other hand, this brand is just building again, and I try to follow as good as possible. On the other hand, is the whole financial situation. Of course, it's very hard to find sponsors and drivers with some budget. So we start low and we maybe end up high.
Well, we're at a great 24-hour race here in Dubai. What brings you out here? Is it the weather away from Europe, or just that it's a very, very Dutch event?
Well, of course, it's a Dutch event, that's for sure, and we have great people working for that. But this is the 7th time I'm here. I didn't miss a lick on the whole thing, and the weather, the atmosphere, my wife liked the shops, so of course it's a very nice track. That's very important too.
I thought you put the key thing in there. My wife likes the shops. That'd be the first one, I think. So 7 events. What's your best result so far?
We won a couple of times the class. In 2010 we had 3 BMWs running, and we finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd in class, so we were 3 on the podium, and I think that was the best achievement.
Cool, thanks for speaking to us, and best of luck for the weekend. So a man with a happy wife that's a happy driver.
It's the Marcos Lotus. I'm still struggling with that as well. Those of you with long memories will, I'm sure, remember Koiza and the variously rainbow coloured and multicoloured Marcos in different shapes, sizes and configurations. But at Le Mans, and Paul Trustwell will remember those cars howling around Le Mans down the years. He was always one for his bright colour schemes, Cor, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, yes, he was, but I'm trying to think, because he used to run the yellow Marcos at the same time as the works were running the pale blue and silver ones, wasn't he? And at that time, it was a good car for Le Mans. I mean, Cor is one of those names that kind of goes back. I mean, he's sort of he ranks among people like Jan Lammers and Torquil Turing. You'll never stop them from racing. Right. They'll just carry on, keep on coming back. Callum Lockie, I mean, he's another one. I mean, just doesn't seem to get any older somehow. Doesn't get much taller either. But it's great to hear from Cor. And we had him actually at Silverstone for the 24 hours at Silverstone. He was in a Lotus entered by Marcos Racing. So I was kind of already alert to the possibility of that entry here.
Nice to see that he didn't write off coming back to Le Mans, and he talks about his long standing love affair with Le Mans, and with the GTE version of the Lotus Evora available and Jet Alliance stepping away from that project, possible, Lotus could do a lot worse than knock on Cor's doors and ask him if he'd like to be part of it. Now, I have to admit to being slightly confused now, because we've got the 54 car back out again, which I thought had done its bit, but it doesn't take much.
Might be a hardship lap or something.
Well, maybe the guy who jumped into it.
Claim hardship when you're on the pole.
Well, yeah, the guy who jumped into it at the end maybe didn't quite get his lap. Now, there's a little bit of fluid coming from the back of that AUH Motorsport FF Corsa Ferrari. This is a joint UAE and UK entry. The AUH guys are based virtually beneath our feet in the commentary box here, just behind the grandstand.
2 minutes 2.386 the time to beat, because we've now got times from the earlier session. So 2 minutes 2.386 the time to beat for... Oh, you've got it there. Well done. I've got them for all the cars here. I know. The timekeepers were struggling a little bit when I went down there, but I think they're going to be all right here because they've actually started off the columns as if they're intending to do qualifying 1, qualifying 2, which they tried to do in the previous session, but they failed to get the system to work properly. I think that was because I interrupted them halfway through a session and they said we can do it halfway through. But anyway, they didn't quite manage it. Of the notable drivers in the previous session not to improve in their specific one, the 888 Audi R8, the Red Camel Jordan's Audi R8 that runs in the class SP3, 2 minutes 12.081 for that car, so it finished further up than it was originally scheduled to do. And the other one which finished further up was car number 125, which is the Hamburg Racing Aston Martin Vantage, which was the one you were talking about, wasn't it? Vic Rice and Shane Lewis, the two American drivers, Karl Flantz and Kim Hausschild, the two Germans which share the Aston Martin. That didn't improve in the dedicated session, so it relies on its time from its combined session.
One team that did that I'd like to give a shout to is the 84 Team Diva. They finished second in the A2 class behind the 80 car, so that was a great performance by them because they've not been on the charts until now.
Vincent Rademacher in the Mercedes-Benz that we're seeing on the screens, and this is one of the Mercedes-Benz that we were talking about, the GT3. Now this is a full house GT3 car. Note the width of the rear wing, dear viewer and listener, and effectively these cars, well, you could roll them straight into the Blancpain or any of the GT3 International Series. See them at the Nürburgring as well, of course. And that is a full house GT3 car running in what's called A6 here, which is the top category. And the other A6 runners are like the cars that won last year, the BMW Z4s that we saw earlier on, the Audi GT3 LMS cars. That is a very, very pretty car, and it's a very aggressive looking car, I have to say. We've also got the Ferrari GT3s, the 458s. Now they weren't around last year because simply Michelotto couldn't build them quick enough to get the GT3 versions out. They were trying to get the GT2, the GTE versions and the Cup cars built. So this is the first time we've seen the 458s here. Now, as far as Gulf Racing is concerned, you can't go much further than the name of Fabien Giroir. He's moved out here and has been here for quite a few years, been involved in the racing scene in the Gulf, and even more than that, is involved with the racing team that is called Gulf Racing, and Nick is down in the pits with him now.
Fabien, both the team cars looking beautiful, but they're just on the apron. I take it you've already done the qualifying you need to do in the earlier session?
Yes, the regulation, you know, is a little special with lap time and some penalty, and we decided to do it in the first session. This morning we was very fast in free practice. We make the quickest time in free practice, and now we manage, and we are working for the race.
Now, Fabien, there's only one other name on your car at the moment, Fatin. Are you actually going to do all 24 hours between the two of you, or will someone else's name be stuck on later?
No name is stuck. We decided 2 days ago to do it with two, because we are preparing the LMP2, you know, and my co-driver is a gentleman driver. He needs to drive a lot, and we decided, you know, also to do like many years ago, to do with two drivers, and this is an adventure.
It's a very brave Iron Man thing to do. Now, talking about the LMP2, I believe you're going to have a two-car entry, is that right?
Yes, we are working we already sent our two entry for LMP2 for the World Championship. And, you know, today the race is really to work on it. And if we finish with two drivers, with a modern car, you know, and with Dubai, the temperature, Dubai circuit is not so easy. It can be fantastic for us and fantastic for my co-driver.
I mean, it's a big difference. I mean, these cars are fantastic, the GT3 cars, but it's a very different world, isn't it, with the downforce and the huge braking ability of a LMP2 car. Is it good practice running one of these things?
You know, this year I make the World Championship, the ILMC, with Aston Martin, with 2 gentleman drivers, and there was some gentleman driver also in LMP2. But I think today it's more easy for gentleman driver to race in LMP2 than in touring car in World Champion, that in GT in World Championship, because the traffic is really, really terrible with fast car. And I think in LMP2 with downforce and all this, it's more easy.
Do you think it's easy in the fact that it's safer or just more fun?
No, both. Safer and more fun, but safer because the traffic. Also, you know, sometimes everybody thinks that the LMP2, it's really hard to go very fast with the LMP2, but it's more easy for gentleman driver to go in the medium line with LMP2 than the GT. GT is not easy for gentleman driver, and in Le Mans Series and in the World Championship with the traffic, it's worse.
Now back to this GT3, we're in Dubai, it's very warm. Is it actually warmer in the GT3 car than the GTE, which of course has that regulation about maximum temperature?
Yes, for sure. Now the GTE, it's really good. We have the AC in the car. Here we don't have the AC, and it's why if this weekend we manage it to do it with 2 like we want to do, it can be a very nice thing.
Fabienne, if you finish, you're going to get the respect of the entire motorsport community, so all the best of luck with the number 9 car.
Well, the last time we saw anything like that was 2 drivers taking on the Le Mans 24 Hours in a prototype, Paul, if you remember, when their teammate suffered a slip on the running across the track before the race. It's an unconventional line being traced by Alessandro Carafan there in the 14 Porsche.
Although there was a situation at Silverstone 24 Hours last year when effectively half of the race was done by 2 drivers, because it was a 3-driver team, but the 3rd driver wasn't in a position where he could drive at night, and the Silverstone 24 Hours took place in October, so there was quite a lot of night to be got through, and they ended up, the 2 of them, doing more than the lion's share of the driving. So in some ways, I mean, I think Gillois is quite wise. I think the reason why a lot of people throw 5 drivers at it is purely budgetary rather than anything else. It's purely that if you're going to get 24 hours of racing, then between 5 drivers you can kind of give them all
you spread out the cost,
and you can give them all a fairly big bite of the cherry. So it works well for 5 drivers. But if your eye is on something else, and clearly with Frédéric Fatien very much looking towards something else other than this, he's just trying to build up his stamina and so on, then I think Fabien's got a good plan.
He's certainly going to get plenty of experience in traffic, isn't he? Out has gone the defending champion car, the number 1, the Schubert Saudi Falkland team car. Abdulaziz Al Faisal behind the wheel of this car, and it's now you can just see there the yellow standing out in the evening sunshine here. It is reflective, and I'll guarantee you will see lots of pictures of that in the night time, and it will stand out. The guys work very hard with this. Faisal bin Laden, who we were speaking to on Radio Le Mans earlier on, and Andy Blackmore, who's a friend of the station, designed this together, and as I say, I'll guarantee you'll see lots of that. Let's get back down the pit lane and find out some more driver reaction, and down to Gravity Motorsport, where Nick Damon, I'll even get your name right in a second, Nick, where Nick Damon is waiting for us.
And I'm with Thomas, Thomas, a familiar face in endurance pit lanes, where I've seen you. Actually, in fairness, I saw you many years ago in Formula 3000 as well, so in every pit lane. What brings you here for the Gravity Mercedes SLS?
Well, I've been with these guys last year. That was my first Dubai 24-hour race, and they were pretty happy with my results, with my job for them. I wanted to help them this year again to run around this circuit, this magnificent place in Dubai. And obviously I know the car, this Mercedes SLS, from testing, not from racing. So all in all, they invited me to join them for this race, and I'm really happy to be again here. And obviously the winter time is not as long as without this race, as if I'm not running this race.
And it's interesting, I think you arrived here yesterday with an impressive case of jet lag, in fairness. I mean, how have you found getting back into the groove after the break?
Not bad, it took me lap 2, 3, whatever. Obviously I had quite a long jet lag, and I was just sleeping right now an hour in the background. I've done my bit of driving in the practice. Car seems to be running well. We obviously now we are in the phase of qualifying. We are not obviously attacking the fastest lap time, because we know how it is with all these lap times and weight ballast in the car. Less fuel added into the fuel tank, and ride height added to the car once you are too fast. So we actually choose some kind of average lap time, which we're going to stick with for the race. And obviously the difference between all the drivers in our car is quite significant. So we just need to run without any problems, any dramas, to the finish of the race.
As you say, you're several seconds slower than the potential of the car. How do you keep the car in check during the race? Do you have very accurate timings? Do you know where you are, you're there every couple of yards, or do you just rev limit it?
No. Most of the modern cars have a system, timing system inside, which actually counts the lap time throughout the lap itself, and it shows me on several places around the track. It shows the difference to my compare time, let's say. So if we set up the cars, if we set up the compare time, for example, to 2:07 or 2:05, whatever you want. So the 2:05 is the minimum lap time you can do. It obviously shows on several places around the track if I'm above that time or if I'm lower.
So I suppose if you hit traffic in sector 1, you can actually go hell for leather for a while just to get back on the delta time.
Yeah, that's true. Or if I'm too fast throughout the first two sectors, I can slow down in the last sector. So yeah, it's a helpful tool. Obviously, I'd love to drive as fast as possible, and it looks like in a times coming, this rule will add up to more races. So yeah, it's a shame for professional race car drivers, but obviously the organizers want to help the amateur drivers and not so professional drivers. So they want to equalize the level of the drivers, the speed of the drivers, and obviously the race itself. So that the race till the finish, the race for the victory is until the finish of the race, until the last lap, the best.
Thomas, thank you very much. I think he's put rather more eloquently than we could the challenges of running in this event.
That is quite remarkable, and the first time I've had it explained as well as Thomas did there. Nick, thank you very much indeed. It does reward consistency, of course.
Yes, I think. Sorry, my fault. I think the other thing, John, is it doesn't actually say anywhere when you use your joker how much under your target lap time you're going to go. So you've got 10 laps where if you've got Thomas Enger in the car, you can actually go maybe 5 seconds underneath your spec time.
Or Peter Cox.
Whereas if you've just got Paul Trustwell in the car, then he probably couldn't even get underneath the time. But you see what I'm saying? Is that
do you have to say we're going to use our joker lap? You just say, that's a joker. Yeah. That's a joker.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Got you. So it's not like the old "It's a Knockout" or "Jason Frontier."
You don't have to
where you had to actually play it on the. Shame I was going to do my Eddie Waring impression if somebody walked out to the pit wall with a big joker, And
remember, no jokers in the last 2 hours. So if you
good point.
If you get used to stealing a joker every now and again, then that could bite you.
Oh dear, that looks like a left rear puncture for the number 44 Porsche in the 997 class. That's the First Racing 3 entry, and that car has pulled up off the circuit. Now, where is it off the circuit, and is it far enough off the circuit that it won't cause a problem? It's bad news for its drivers, Rafał Mikrut, Bartosz Opiola, Paweł Kowalski and Bernd Kleinbach, as the similar car, number 10. That is the Porsche Racing 1 car, the team car. Now, that's a similar car but running in the A6 category, and it's another one of these silhouette type cars that we were looking at earlier.
That's the Megane.
No, that's the one that looks like the BMW.
Oh, okay.
I think. I might be wrong. It had something flapping on the far side. The 105
Yeah,
car.
you're right.
This is the GC automobile cars. They're what they are
One's
is
a VW and one's a BMW.
the VW is a 3.5 litre 6-cylinder, and that one is a 6.2 V8.
Yeah.
But it's got a
It's even got the
window flapping at the moment. It's a silhouette car, so it's a tube frame underneath and body panels thrown around it. So don't be getting excited if you're a BMW fan that you're going to see that in the American Le Mans Series or in the WEC anytime soon.
like Trans Am cars would be in the United States.
Yeah, exactly.
Tube frame category.
Yeah.
Now, two teams that have improved in this session are the number 32 Nissan and the number 12 Ferrari. Now, we heard from Kimber Smith earlier in the day that they were struggling with that car. Something they've come right in this session because they've turned a 203.609 to put them second on the grid.
That's the champions car.
And then the 12 Ferrari, that's the FF Corsa entry. And that's Rob Barth behind the wheel of that car, is third now in class with a 203.776. So the United Autosports and the United Autosports 36 and the Ryder Engineering number 25 have been dropped down 2 positions because they are not running in this session.
Now, it looks to me as though what is flapping on that car is the bit of perspex, blackened perspex that they're using as the rear quarter light, which actually has all the drivers' names and nationality flags on it. Now, it won't be helping the aerodynamics, but clearly not hindering. Now, there is Michael Krum, having just left the pit, and there is the stranded Porsche that we talked about earlier. So that's in the run from turn 1 to turn 2. Thank you, gentlemen, for showing us that. As Michael Krum in this GRM Nissan. This is an interesting car, actually. It's a GT3 version of a car that has run in GT1, of course. In fact, GRM won the GT1 championship with this car. This being developed in conjunction with Nismo in Japan. And it's very much a test outing for this car. We'll see and hear much more of this two-wheel drive Nissan GT3 GTR. Oh, and there is the GC that we were looking at earlier, the 106 GC Automotive car. Now, I don't know if that flapping did anything to the car, but now it is certainly overheating. Let's nip down into the pit lane. And it's the AF Corsa pit that Nick David has perambulated or promenaded to in this time of the evening, and Marco Ciocci.
Nice and very pleasant evening stroll down to AF Corsa and Marco Ciocci. Marco, my question is, have you gone too fast?
No, we don't think so, because for our car the choice was from 203 and 203.5, and so for the fuel consume doesn't matter. For our car it's the same, different, but we have 1 second to average each lap, and we are 3 drivers very close, and we can make some little bit different, but trying with a lot of little bit different, we can try to make a great result.
Now, anybody who knows anything about endurance racing knows AF Corsa. They have won everything, so in the Dubai should be a breeze.
Yeah, that's for sure. It should be great, make another great result, and I don't tell that word because I'm superstitious, but I'm joking. We know that it will be a very, very hard race with a lot of a very good team, with a lot of great drivers. And everybody are studying the top strategy and the great setup to save tires. And we think to have made our best choice for our car, for our equipe also. And we'll see what's up during the night, especially with so many cars. Everything can change it.
Well, that's it, Marco. I mean, obviously you're used to GT3 and GTE competition where, either you're with everyone the same speed or sometimes you're the slowest car on the track, but now you're the fastest. How does that affect how you approach the race?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody are making own races, so nobody can pretend that hey, I'm coming. For sure, we have to be safe, but in the meantime, quick. And we try to using our more horsepower against the cars in the different class. And in the cars with the same class, we try to make smart and quick and clear to make a clear overtake without having a great risk.
As an Italian, how much of an extra buzz do you get when you're driving a Ferrari?
So for sure it's nice to drive a Ferrari for an Italian guys, and also especially when you are out of your continent, and sometimes we're thinking about that, other time not, because it could be too much pressure, but it's grateful every time.
Marco, best of luck, thank you very much indeed.
The guys at AF Corsa are just unbelievable. They know how to do it, they know how to pull the results out, and you've got to think that they come here on the crest of a wave after the year that they had last year. Pretty much everything they entered, if they wanted to win it, they did. Still seeing that Porsche stranded there, so the organisers have taken the decision not to recover that car. It's not on the racing line, it's on the cut-off on the international circuit, one of the shorter versions that we have here. Now that is one of the Gulf Racing Lamborghini Gallardos. This is a Ritter engineering car. Peter Cox was talking to us earlier on about these cars, and they have been gradually developed, and in GT3 form they are clearly a very, very important weapon indeed. The Gulf Racing guys with a serious amount of backing, a serious amount of logistics behind them, moving up the World Endurance Championship next year with two P2 cars. And you've got to look at these guys and say, alright, even with only a couple of drivers in the car, this is another one of maybe 15 cars at the head of the field, maybe not for an outright victory, but certainly should be there or thereabouts at the sharper end of things, Paul.
I think that's right, John, and of course you've just said it. It's safety in numbers, isn't it? Because there's so many of them, there's actually quite a good chance that one of them's going to still be there at the end. We've only got that's the reason that Porsche have been so successful over the years. It's not that any particular Porsche has been successful, but there's always a Porsche at the end of an endurance race, isn't there?
Absolutely.
You can see some of the debris on the side of the racetrack that Faisal was talking to us about earlier.
Unbelievable already at this early stage. And we've had 3 and a bit hours, 4 hours of running today.
David Hobbs would call it clag.
Clag, yes, very good. Marbles. Rob Barth in the number 12 Ferrari there, just heading around the infield section down towards the backed left-hander before he goes on to the back straight. You go really deep into it and then swing the car in. The camber pulls you into the inside, then hard on the throttle from mid-corner out, up through the gearbox, getting up to around about 155, 160 miles an hour for the quicker cars down this long back straight, just running from our left to right, so that camera is seeing the cars going the same way as we do. It's now into that hard braking area. You've just got to be patient at the end of that. Let the car get round the corner before you get on the throttle, up through the gearbox again, and climbing now, as you can see, as the Mercedes-Benz number 16 is pushed down the pit lane. It's one of the Heiko Motorsports car, but I don't think there's anything sinister to be looked into there.
No, I think it's stopped by the weighing machine, and
to the weigh station.
And then they decided that they weren't going to play anymore because it wasn't worth going out. They wouldn't get round in time to do another lap.
So we've got 3 minutes to run. Can anyone challenge the times in the classes that we're looking at the moment? The A6 SP2.
Rob Barth can.
And as I say that, Rob Barth just improves his time to a 2:02.944 in the number 12 car. Just drops Michael Crum down a position.
Makes it an all Ferrari front row though, doesn't it? And Nissan and Audi on the second row, and the first of those Lamborghinis, of which you were speaking, only fifth, John.
Yeah, Ferrari, Nissan, Audi, Lamborghini. Sounds good. Sounds good though. Can't argue with that. There is one of the United Autosports R8 LMSs pulling out into the braking area of turn 1. There'll be lots of action there. Third gear, and then hard back on the throttle, snatching maybe 4th through there, maybe holding it in 3rd. Heading off through turn number 3, just off to the right. You'll see the cars coming down into the heavy braking area again.
I think you're right, John. I mean, that turn 1, because it's followed by such a fast sequence of corners, it's going to be very tempting for people to overtake at, rather more so than the hairpin at the other end of the circuit, because that's followed by a much more technical section, which gives other opportunities to overtake after. So. Yes, if I was planning to spend a period of the race somewhere, it would possibly be at the end of turn 1.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the racing line is such that you stay out wide for the turn into that, and it is very inviting to dive up the inside. A minute and a half, 90 seconds then, so we've got this lap and possibly one more, depending on how far around the lap you are. As far as 7 makes in the top 10 now, as the Porsche just drops into it. And let's head back down to the pit lane so Nick can sign off for our first broadcast for Motors TV. Nick.
Well, fantastic qualifying session that we see 7 different makes in the top 10, or top 10 cars overall, and that's just in A6. Now, we'll be back here on Motors TV in just half an hour for night's practice, which is guaranteed to be A, spectacular, and B, pretty exciting. We'll be here with all the news, views and the interviews from the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours from Bahrain. Join us back here in just half an hour on Motors TV.
So there we are, that's our first live TV broadcast from here at Dubai. We've stayed on air for the closing moments of that lap, and pleased we did on radiolemans.com, because as the checkered flag goes out, we have a new provisional pole sitter now confirmed, providing the technical checks are A-OK. A new pole sitter, Paul.
Yeah, Rob Barth in the AF Corsa Ferrari 458 Italia. Rob.
FF.
Sorry, it's the FF Corsa, isn't it? The 12 car. Sorry, it was the AF Corsa car has decided it's not coming out.
I did the same thing.
So no, it's the Rob Barth car, which was the one which was out there, isn't it? It's still a 458. of 2 minutes 4.076. And then just to round out, the sixth fastest car will be, or is, number 38, which is the Porsche, fastest of the Porsches, Bill Langhorne's car that he shares with Philippe Eng and Erwin Stuckler. And that car's time, 2 minutes 4.351. That was the only car amongst the top six that actually participated in both the combined qualifying session and the dedicated one at the end. And it also set its very fastest lap, having participated in both sessions, set its very fastest lap on the very last lap of the dedicated session. So there's dedication to duty for you. So it will line up, that's the number 38 Porsche, will line up on the outside of row 3.
Any big surprises there, gentlemen, before we sign off from this qualifying session and get ready for the night practice?
32 car. Not a surprise, but a pleasant riding of their fortunes. They'd been struggling. I expected that car to be fast, but that it's new out of the box to be this fast.
This is the GT3 Nissan, the GRM car. Yeah, that's a fair point. Michael Crum doing what Michael Crum does. Drives fast very quickly. Give me a car. Don't have to have any experience of it. I'll just get in it and do what I'm paid to do.
Got 4 wheels and a steering wheel, right?
Yeah, how hard can it be?
Let's go.
Exactly. What a guy. If you haven't, by the way, read his autobiography, you should do. It's very, very good indeed. Pulls no punches about the good times or the bad times, to be quite honest. I think the start that impresses me the most, gentlemen, is the one that you came up right at the end there, Jim. 7 manufacturers in the top 10.
Well, it kind of bounced around there at the end. It's actually 6 now because the Mercedes got dropped down. But in the top 12, there's 7 if you count the Mercedes. So.
Well, there's a Mercedes there. Schneider's there. So, hang on, they're changing them around even as we speak. But the variety, you know, for anybody who says that this is a one-horse race.
Ferrari, Nissan, Audi, Lamborghini, Porsche, Audi, Lamborghini, BMW, then Mercedes.
Well,
not bad.
Well, there you go. That is the qualifying session. The other categories being sorted out a little bit earlier on. We'll be back in a few moments' time on RadioLeMans.com and 87.6 FM here at the circuit to start the build-up to the night practice and also to just perhaps reflect on some of the things we've seen and to maybe get a few interviews as well.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production. For more, go to www.radiolemans.com. Radio Show Limited. We talk to the world. Nissan. The power behind RadioLeMans.com. Nissan. We know sports cars. The RadioLeMans.com Travel Club, the best way to get to the biggest events. Exclusive trackside facilities at Le Mans, plus packages or bespoke itineraries to Daytona, Sebring, the Nürburgring, and more. We have got them all covered, and you can be there. Accommodation, flights, ferries, trains, and tickets. Our recommendations or your requirements. Our travel partners are ABTA and Atoll bonded, so you can book with confidence. Click on the Travel Club link at RadioLeMans.com. The RadioLeMans.com Travel Club. We've been there, done that, and got the t-shirt. Now it's your turn. Full-on motorsport, full-time motorsport. RadioLeMans.com. Every minute is here on Radio Le Mans, powered by Nissan. Nissan, we know sports cars.
It's RadioLeMans.com at the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours for 2012, the 7th running of this rapidly expanding international motor race and the first big event of the year for us here at RadioLeMans.com. And we'll be joining back up with Motors TV in a little while for our second TV broadcast. But for the moment, we've got a chance to talk amongst ourselves about what we've just seen out there on the circuit. The guys putting the cars back into the garages at the moment. Not sure if Nick Damon is still able to listen to us down in the pit lane and whether we can get some comment from him, but we'll be listening out for him in a moment. Paul Truswell and Jim Roller are with me. Now which microphone are you on?
Previous one.
You are on the radio mic then, are you?
I am. I'm standing by the camera mic. It's all very complicated with my very nice German cameraman at the end of the pit lane, having just enjoyed what I thought was a very interesting session. And I think, I don't know you guys, I've not seen this let's go for a set time concept, and it's actually almost more interesting than the old-fashioned let's go as fast as we can, because you get strategy before you even qualify.
And I thought Thomas Enger explained it very, very well indeed, truth be told.
Absolutely. I think it's always best to find someone who knows what they're talking about, and as Paul's still a bit jet-lagged, we've let him off that bit. We went to Thomas Enger, the bouncing check.
The only thing I felt on that, though, was that the target lap time has no relevance at all during qualifying. There's no reason why during qualifying you have to keep higher than...
It is, because the qualifying time you sets your target. So you have the core target for GT3, which just say, so I haven't got the things in front of me, it's 205. If you do a 204 in qualifying, that becomes your new baseline, and they will then add weight or take away fuel, or in extreme circumstances, if Peter had gone out and done that 159 in qualifying, that car would now probably be 120 kilograms heavier, have a fuel tank the size of a mini Metro, and be 4 feet off the ground.
You're not exaggerating it, aren't there, are you? Just whilst we've got a moment, by the way, and there's no cars on the track, I would like to say hello to all of our marshals who are around the circuit. We're on the PA and on 87.6 FM here at Dubai Autodrome. There's an awful lot of people who've come across from the UK, and why wouldn't you at this time of year?
And
Thanks.
from the States as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flagman is a distinct American accent and an SCCA hat on.
Yeah, thank you to all the ladies and gentlemen in white or orange who are officiating around the track or marshalling. Corner workers, call it what you will, and we can't do without you. It's always much appreciated. And a particular mention here to Harry Cabot, who's here from Ulton Park, from Justin Moran, bit of two-way family favourites going on here. I do feel as though we're broadcasting on the BBC World Service sometimes. But thanks, seriously, thank you to everyone who has given up their time to come out here to make sure that we're all safe when we go racing. Evening session. Actually, how many cars did we see out there, guys? That's the next question, because we have an entry list of 74. We know that one of the NFS BMWs has been withdrawn.
We had 57 in the first combined part, and Jim will tell us.
Scoring is showing 71 cars, but
not all of those have got times right now.
Not all of them have got times, and some are showing. Well, for instance, the 84 car is showing not seen, but we know we saw them in that previous session. I think 71 cars is what we've got.
Okay, so we've still got over 70 cars for the start of the 7th running of this event tomorrow. And it is tomorrow, for those of you listening on the World Wide Web. Friday and Saturday racing here. The guy...
starts at 10 o'clock UK time.
10 o'clock UK time is the start, as Nick reminds me from the pit lane.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Have we seen the only entry, I think, in D2 or D1, the 335 diesel? Because I thought I saw that yesterday with a lot of work being done on it. And I don't know if we've seen it since. And obviously it's quite an interesting car because it turns out it's already won its class.
This is the 140 Dunlop Motorsport. Yeah, we talked about Dunlop earlier on. I heard you mention their name, and I don't think they've got a second. 140. I don't think they've got another car in. I may be wrong.
Probably may be all right then, because I didn't see a lot of work on that car yesterday. But obviously, with 71 cars, it's hard to actually follow all your favourites.
Are you kidding me? You mean you don't know all of them?
I know it's awful. As long as the ASCAR goes round, I'm happy. You know that.
Now, don't forget, this is the start on RadioLeMans.com of our endurance racing year, but in another collaboration with Motors TV in a few weeks' time, we will be at the World Centre of Motor Racing, Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida, covering the 50th anniversary Rolex 24 hours of Daytona, 15 and a half hours of TV coverage, brought to you in association with simraceway.com. More details about that and a specific preview programme coming up before we head out to Florida in a couple or 3 weeks' time. Looking forward to that. and then the rest of the season pretty much falls in after that. If you're a regular, you'll know the sort of stuff that we'll be listening to. We will be firing up the RSL Extra channel on a couple of occasions as well, because there's more than a couple of weekends this time where we have clashing events, but you don't have to miss any of the action with podcasts, or you can choose between the action as we fire up RSL Extra to make sure you hear all of the endurance racing action wherever it's going on in the world. Now, I'm really excited about nighttime practice, guys. It's one of the things that always lights me fire, as they say, whether it's over in the American Le Mans Series at Sebring, or indeed at Petit Le Mans, Nürburgring as well, of course. There's absolutely nothing on this. It's not competitive, Jim, and yet, it's nighttime practice.
And the cars look fantastic, and it's what endurance sports car racing is all about, racing into the night. And so it's our first opportunity to see these cars in the dark. It's always exciting. So you're on the edge of your seat waiting for something to happen.
We get an opportunity as well to see how the track plays out in the darkness hours as well. Nice if I don't know if Nick, you can whip down to the EUH Ferrari team and see if you can grab Rob Boff, who has more than once joined us in the commentary booth, actually. A very good talker.
See, I'm just I was going to say to Vitelli.
No. You can get him again for telly if you really.
I'm meandering down as we speak. You know me. I'll mince for you. It's fine.
Yes, go on then.
There's an awful lot of.
It's gone to his head already.
Very impressive cameras down here, filming the Road to Dubai or Race to Dubai product, which is obviously on every 15 minutes a month on various.
It's videotape.
They got a lens and a half, Jim. You know, that sort of lens is very impressive.
So you're all about the length, not the quality, aren't you?
I think that's a very high quality lens as well, and it's not film, and I realise as far as Jim's concerned that's just not the same, even his very high definition video.
There's actually a lot of filming going on down the 46 Porsche pit as well. There's a camera out there as well, so quite a lot of people. I suppose if you are looking to make a pitch to sponsors, there's no better backdrop, Jim, than putting together a promotional video here.
Exactly. Great venue for that, and a perfect opportunity to strut your stuff. In fact, we were going to make that. I was going to make that comment earlier when you were talking about the tube frame cars and running in one make series. What a better way to advertise your make, for the GC guys.
Yeah, exactly.
This thing will last 24 hours. It'll certainly do well in your club race. Yeah, exactly.
It'll do you a whole season of racing.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Those GC cars are very clever little things. As we say, the tube frames with different body panels on, choice of engines, and you'll have seen them in a couple
Bring your
of
engine and your badge.
You'll have seen them in a couple of series, masquerading as all kinds of things, and they're here making sure that, as Jim says, they're shouting about their product, and there's no better way down the years. From 1923 onwards, from the first Le Mans, there's always been somebody wanting to use endurance to sell, and it certainly catches the public's imagination, and in terms of people up and down the paddock, it's exactly the same.
You know what car we haven't seen out yet?
Yes, go ahead, Nick. Now I can't hear you, so you've stepped into a garage.
Hear me now. Oh, that's odd. We're halfway down. I have done your bidding, and I have found Mr. Bath.
Hi, Rob. Nice lap, mate. Nice lap.
You can't quite hear you, I think, PA, so I'll have to ask the questions through here. John, nice lap.
Yeah, we had a bit of a split strategy, John. You probably saw that we did a little run, stopped, did some number crunching, and decided to push on a little bit quicker. I had a couple of tenths either way to play with, and the coin landed the right way up, so no, it's good.
So, in electing to do a 202, this reminded me of Silverstone having silly angles of a microphone, John. Electing to do a 202, what's that mean to the car in regards extra weight or less fuel?
In terms of what we have to do, we now have to race harder. We have to go quicker, which means using slightly more brakes, slightly more tyres, and using the fuel a little bit more aggressively. But hey-ho, it is what it is, and it feels good to be sat on the top of a bloody good quality field.
Now, we've been confused because we're bears of little brain about AF Corsa and an FF Corsa, but that must give you a good target just to beat the team with one letter difference.
What? Are you saying it feels good to beat the factory Ferrari squad? Yeah, it feels mega.
I would never say that. So, night practice, is it just a case of rotating all the drivers through as quickly as possible and parking it, or do you have real work to do in the cooler temperatures?
No, we did a 48-hour test here in the middle of November. We did lots of night running. Lights are good, drivers are happy, and it's just a question of ticking the laps off and going to bed.
Sounds right. Right idea, Rob. Best of luck. Well done. Nice result.
Rob Barth down in the pit lane with the powered by Nissan on-track pit lane reporter, Nick Damon. I read it. I'm not doing well with your name today, Nick, am I?
The Tim bit that worries me, I'm glad this is only on the Radio Le Mans bit. If everyone knows who Tim is.
Yeah, sorry. We did go past a Tim Hortons sign yesterday. That rather caught my attention. Timbits in the morning. That's there's no better than that way to start the day. It's a TV tradition.
How about the 107 car? It went out in the second session, turned to 2:15. That's the S car, and qualified 5th in the SP2 class.
Very interesting. I have to say I missed that going out.
Yeah. How did we miss that? We've only been fawning over it all week.
I'm surprised we didn't hear it more, actually.
Well, that's my point. It was good, you know. It's a wild one. It's quiet.
It's not quiet.
Well, the LS1 motor is a little bit more quiet than the...
Yeah, not when you're running on virtually open headers, though.
Well, true that.
Dusk now, I would call this. We're still not full dark, but in 10 minutes, it is a bit like switching the light off here. See the twinkle of the lights in the distance. The dust's come down. Yeah, quite significantly. Can't see the city, and I can't see the Burj Dubai at all now.
Oh yeah, we've almost lost the other verge, which normally you can see no problem.
Yep. Plenty of traffic on the road to Abu Dhabi, just outside of us, all going in the opposite direction to where we'll be going later on. That's good news. We'll be getting out easy, no problem. Everybody just turning in for the evening. So Nick, who have you got for us down there in the pit lane? I can hear you chattering away to somebody.
I'm doing we're having a quick check about the logistics. The reason that last interview was a bit scratchy because it was actually going through the camera and not through the which was sat down right at the other end of the pit lane. So I'm very impressed with the facilities here because that should never have even worked as a scratchy one.
Yeah, you're still coming through the camera.
Yeah.
He's not coming through the other one again.
But here is the camera and he's coming towards me, you see, so
okay.
We're fine again.
Don't forget, an Olympia Dodge Charger ran in 1976 at Le Mans. In the great tradition of stock cars in 24-hour races. Declan Brennan remembers that. I have no idea what even time it is where Dex is, because he's in Las Vegas at the moment. I'm not even sure if it's today yet.
That would be, he's 12 hours behind.
In fairness, he's normally 12 hours behind, so that's not a problem, really.
Just kind of laid it out there and you swung at it.
You swing at it, that's it.
And I'd like to say hello to Declan's best friend, Damien Faulkner, who's here, driver coaching the Saudi Falcons.
Nick, I'm imagining this days doesn't seem to be a whole lot of work going on. It seems as though there's not that much fettling, so it would appear that there's not that many teams who are in problems.
There is. Interestingly, I was surmised the entire, so far we've seen today, of hours and hours of running as symbolised by the distinct lack of problems. We've seen a couple of cars coming on the back of the tow truck. I saw the Renault Megane Sport just after qualifying, and I've also seen one of the 120 diesel BMWs. I think the 130 car has come in twice, being towed in by the I think it's a Nissan Pathfinder tow vehicle, but everyone else is very relaxed, and they're just doing a bit of fettling, a bit of cleaning. A lot of cars are just sitting there waiting to be turned on, whack on the lights, and I have to say darkness is falling now, quite literally. We are at 7 minutes to 6, and I would think within 15 minutes it will be dark. That's obviously one of the things about being near the equator, is it gets dark very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting fact coming into us on @Specutainment from Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. The two gentlemen drivers aboard the Ferraris that are lining up first and second on the grid are business partners. So no needle there.
Really?
I dare you to put them in at the start. Go on, put them in at the start.
Oh my heavens. I don't think either of them would lead lap 1.
And down to the first corner, and there's a huge coming together.
And that's when the business got dissolved.
Oh my heavens.
Yes, and there goes the end of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah.
Where are you, Nick? Which pit are you near?
Up by Pittin, round by the 38, the MRS racing team with one of their Porsches, which without looking, I can't tell you is a GT3 or a 997. Perhaps you can tell me that question.
It's an A6 car, it's a GT3.
Hang on, there's an American to sport for. Will Longthorne, how are you? Now, how's the car 38 going?
Oh, my English is not so good.
Obviously not an American. No, it's I've been tricked by the overalls, not for the first time. So, who are you and where do you come from? A bit like Scylla.
My name is Markus and I come from Germany.
Well, there we are. But it's good to see they found a pit. And you've got it. And he's got to go off and run down the pit lane. So there you are. Sometimes it works, look at the overalls, and other times it's a disaster.
You had to get caught out at least one time this evening. Once this evening, excuse me. Yes, he was. Never assumed that the guy who was wearing the suit is the guy whose suit it is.
It fits him very well, so they must be twins in some way.
Or it's just one of those ubiquitous size 62 suits that seem to fit everyone.
Except Bruce.
No, he needs a 64. So how many cars do you think are going to go out in this? It's not mandatory.
Everybody has to,
right?
because
Okay.
Every driver has to go out.
Every driver has to turn 2 laps. So cars with 5 drivers have got to complete at least 10 laps.
My guess is it's going to be very, very busy off the bat, and most of the teams are going to end up doing probably only the minimum number of laps if they've been here before. If they haven't, they'll probably try and get some testing in, because obviously the temperature is dropping quite pleasantly at the moment, and that's when you get to happy hour as far as the cars are concerned, which is of course of importance here, because you need to know what the car can do against the reference time when the track conditions get so much better.
Okay. Well, in just under 5 minutes we'll be rejoining our colleagues with Motors TV. So Nick's going to go to hair and makeup now, because you don't need that much time to get ready, do you, Nick?
Well,
yes, Stephen, I can hear you.
I think he needs more than 5 minutes.
I'll take him down so that he can talk to the TV truck. We are multitasking here.
Yes, Stephen.
In a way that we don't normally have to do. I was having a bit of a laugh with Jim Roller, who's alongside me, who is normally the man who's telling me what to do for TV and is in my ear in the truck. And normally when I have TV pictures to talk to, I don't have to mix the sound as well. So I got a bit out of practice earlier on, which was quite funny. Hindoff in finger trouble, shocker.
Spoiled you.
You have spoiled me, absolutely. I'm not used to having nothing to do with the hands when I'm talking. So.
Billy McCoy spoiled both of them.
I'm sure he'll be listening somewhere. Sean Belby will be listening somewhere.
Yeah.
No doubt, in Indianapolis. Hello, Sean.
Congratulations on your new gig, buddy.
Yeah, you deserve it, mate. Good luck. Have a great season. Just starting to see the lights on the pit lane beginning to make a difference now, Jim. There's a couple in the paddock that are shining quite brightly, but they're not pointing at the track. And there are some floodlights at various parts around the circuit.
And lights on the bridges and lights on the overpasses are starting to show up a little bit as well. Seeing cars that are driving on the motor route, their lights are on now. So
We've got lights underneath the overhang from the grandstand in front of us as well, and they've just started to come on as well and make a quite a bit of difference. So this session will start not in the pitch dark, but it will, as Nick said earlier, get very, very dark very quickly. It is one of those things that in this time of year...
Equatorial sunset is
yep.
fairly quick.
Well, last night we watched the moon coming up as if a guy was cranking it on the end of a fishing line and spinning it quite quickly, in fairness. So we've got another couple of hours. It may be that the last part of that is not necessarily chock full of excitement, and as far as you guys listening back in Europe are concerned, where it's coming on to 2 o'clock in the UK and 3 o'clock in Central Europe. And we're just getting back from lunch perhaps, or popping off home for an early one. Pit lane beginning to come back to life. Everybody, I think, has decided to leave their dinner plans till after this session, or at least till this session is en route. It may be that one or two of the guys pack up early and head for the chafing dishes, which not necessarily a bad idea. So we'll get Nick bringing us back with Motors TV in a little while. Just to remind you, you're listening to 87.6, which is Autodrome FM around the circuit, radiolemans.com around the world. The Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours, powered by Nissan this weekend. And glad to have your company. So once again, we'll be bringing our community of endurance fans together in just a few moments' time.
RadioLeMans.com. Race coverage, midweek motorsport, interviews, features and special programs. Hear them when you want to. Every moment is waiting at RadioLeMans.com. So if you missed anything or just want to hear our shows again, head to the archive section at RadioLeMans.com. Full on motorsport, full-time motorsport. RadioLeMans.com.
Well, hello everybody, and if you are just joining us, it's a very warm welcome back to the Dubai Autodrome for night practice here at the Dunlop Dubai 24. It's the 7th edition of this race, and we're about to see the darkness action. The next voice you hear is Nick Damon.
Hello and welcome back to Dubai, here for Motors TV's exclusive coverage of the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours. And now we have that magical moment. It's night practice here in Dubai. We're going to see lots of action over the next 2 hours. Every car has to have every driver running in it over the course of those 120 minutes. That's 72 cars, an average of 4 drivers or 5 drivers a car. That's very difficult maths, but it's about 350 eager, suited racing drivers about to take to the international circuit here in Dubai for night practice. It's going to be fantastic. And to talk us through, up in the booth, it's Jim Roller, Paul Truswell, but first, John Hindhoff.
Thanks, Nick. The Lamborghinis very expectant this weekend. Those who follow the Raging Bull, they were somewhat usurped in qualifying, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, in the next couple of hours, as the green flag has been waved on the starter stand just down to our right, and we'll see the first bright headlights heading towards us. Let me introduce the other voices, and you'll know them very well if you're an aficionado of Radio Le Mans, because RadioLeMans.com is in partnership with Motors TV this weekend to provide the English language talking bits as well, and we're also live at the circuit on the PA and the FM service as well. Paul Truswell, welcome to the United Arab Emirates, to Dubai, and to the Dubai Autodrome night practice.
Do you know what? I'm not a bit tired. I'm all agog and a gaggle at this because, it's just a lovely time of night, isn't it? I just wish I was outside and absorbing the atmosphere out there.
I'll give you a longer cable if you want.
Well, if it goes quiet, it's because I've nipped outside for a little while. there's always a magic that happens at sunset, and so this is my first sunset in Dubai, and I'm not quite sure if we're actually going to get to see the sun go down, or whether it goes down behind us so we don't see it, but that'd be another reason why I'd pop out. I think it probably already has gone down, but no, I mean it's one of those awkward times for a team, this, because 2 hours sounds like a long time. We heard Nick describing what's got to be done in this time. None of the times that are set actually count for anything, but what each team has to do seems fairly straightforward. Just send your car out and do 2 laps, but it's always at times like this that the driver comes back and says, actually the steering feels a bit funny, can you just have a look at it? And so they take the front off and they have a look at it, no, it looks alright, they send out another driver and he comes back and says, the brakes aren't as good as they were when I had it earlier on, and all of a sudden you get this, what was a nice well prepared race team suddenly turning into a huge job list.
Now, before we introduce you to Jim Roller, whose dulcet American tones you will also recognise, we need to clear up a little bit of business. When last you were with us on Motors TV, we were just coming to the end of the session. In fact, the checkered flag for qualifying had just gone out. However, pole position changed because there was a car out there that was still on a very quick lap, was there not, Nick Damon?
John, yes, we had a man take pole after we'd gone off air, which is very naughty, Rob Bath. You should have realised we were having a half-hour break and slowed down. But anyway, you went for it. The all Ferrari front row now, the FF course in front of the AF course. But much as I asked the AF team, you've decided to go significantly quicker than the base time. Why is that?
We had a split strategy in qualifying. I had 2 runs, and the first run I went marginally too quickly by about 2.5 tenths of a second. So we did some number crunching, sat in the box for about 10 minutes, and then had a second run. And I had to go quicker than the AF Corsa car, but not quicker than 2:02. So I had a margin of about 2 tenths of a second to play with. And when you're trying to manage 5.3 kilometres over 2 tenths of a second, you've got to be accurate. And it was a good lap and good enough for pole. I couldn't have cut it any finer. And it feels great to be sat on what is the head of a really quality field.
How do you do that? How do you get within 2 tenths of a target time, which isn't the fastest the car can go, or by any means a comfortable time?
I'm a kid, it's my job. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to do. Ian, my engineer, is reading split times out to me off the official timing screen. On the dash of the car itself, I've got split times appearing 3 or 4 times around the lap, so it's just careful management, but brilliant team result and dead happy.
Fastest Ferrari, beating the AF course, and I understand there's a link between the 2 teams this week.
Yeah, the 2 gentleman drivers in the team, Leon Price and Jack Gerber, are actually work colleagues at a big steel company called Max Steel, and I think there's a bit of elderly gentlemanly rivalry. Not that elderly.
Gentlemen's Club rivalry. So the sort of rivalry that starts over a cigar and a copy of the Daily Telegraph and then ends up with someone going around the world in 80 days. That tends to happen. Let's move to this evening and night practice. Is it just a case of rotating the drivers through and going for tea?
Yeah, very much so. The job is done. The team's actually based out here in Dubai, and we did a 48-hour test in the middle of November, which allowed us to do lots of night running. Ferrari have developed a brilliant light kit for the car, so we've got good lights. We've all done night running, so a couple of laps each, tick them off in race control, and as you say, go some tea.
Rob, well done, mate. Congratulations on getting the pole, and it's an all Ferrari front row. But of course, I think we have either 6 or 7 cars in the top 10, John.
We've got 10 cars in the top 10. We have sorry mate, I couldn't help it. We have 6 different marks in the top 10, manufacturers in the top 10, which underlines the kind of international feel that this event has. Porsche versus Corvette we're used to seeing, but add in things like Audis. We're not used to seeing Audis in GT racing, certainly in ACO spec racing. The Ferraris in there as well. Lamborghini and BMW. Again, BMW we see in ACO rules racing, but not necessarily the Lamborghinis. And this is the essence, gentlemen, of GT3 style racing, and that effectively is what the A6 category is. And Jim, you know, we've been watching this now for a couple of days, and for a large chunk of today, this has been pretty full on. And what I'm very impressed at is how reliable and I'm going to have to find something wood to touch now. Yeah, my head as well. How reliable these GT3 spec cars are, because this has been a pretty full-on day with a lot to get through.
A lot of running, but a lot of running together. So not only have we been very good mechanically, we've been very good with driver etiquette and manners on the racetrack, or being silly or doing anything untoward. Nobody's making any major mistakes. Nobody's gotten caught up in anybody else's mistake. And that's easy to do when there's this much traffic out on the racetrack with 71 entrants. The nice thing about the second qualifying sessions were they were reduced down, so that eliminated some of the chances of that. But these cars have been running all day for the most part, and it has been pretty much worry-free. To expound on our makes, if you go to the top 12, you have 7 makes, because then you can count the Mercedes, which is qualified in 12th position, as another make that is in the race. And so that is quite an international lineup that we have. 2 Ferraris, then a Nissan, an Audi, Lamborghini, Porsche, Audi, Lamborghini, BMW, rounding out the top 10. So, Paul, that's just, you have to go to Nürburgring or Le Mans to find that kind of diversity normally.
I don't think you even get that kind of diversity. You said don't get it at Le Mans. Nürburgring is probably a close match for this type of thing, and as yet at the Nürburgring they've not been that close. So no, I think this is certainly doing very well. I think the other thing which I find fascinating, although we're trying to persuade everybody that the Z4 BMWs are the favourites, I don't think there's a favourite. I don't think anybody would really put anything that they valued on a likely winner.
I would say any of the top 15 could win, and probably any of the top 20 could be podium finishers.
Well, that's a safe bet then.
No, I mean, I think it's.
And you know what? Ant still wouldn't let you put anything on that.
No, probably not.
Because we could be completely wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you, though, the other thing that really impresses me after we've heard from Rob Barth is, and you're a man who likes precision and likes the technical aspects of racing, the balancing and the bogey, to what we would call in America a bogey time, your minimum time, that balancing act, and then to go out there, and he says, I had a pretty good window, 0.2 of a second over 4 miles to get the pole, but not go too fast, and go under 2 minutes.
Well, that's, as he said,
2 minutes and 2 seconds.
That's what he does.
That is amazing precision.
But that's what he does. Let's nip down into the pit lane. Nick Damon with one of the real success stories of the last couple of years here in the Gulf, the Saudi Falklands team, and one of the men behind that is Faisal bin Laden with Nick Damon.
Faisal, I'm going to ask you a question about somebody else first. Are you surprised at how fast the Ferraris have chosen to go?
No, I'm not surprised. I know that they could do this times. We saw it when they're doing the NGK Championship, so we know they're fast. But is it the best thing to do? I'm not too sure.
I mean, that's the key question, isn't it? They've decided to go. We all know you could go a bit quicker, but they've decided to put themselves ahead and take that penalty. Can you give us an idea of what you as the team are strategizing when you think about how fast to go?
Well, we're trying to go as fast as we can without getting any penalties, weight or fuel. We're trying to keep consistent throughout the whole race, throughout the driver lineup, and I think this is what will win or lose the game.
Will you actually be doing a complete fuel tank each time? I mean, does that fit in with the tyre wear? Does that fit in with the driver change? Or will you actually not use all 90 or 100 or 110 litres?
I think the tyres will change with every driver change, but also the fuel, we have to do it with the driver change too. So I think we better go there with one car.
Yeah, it's very good. He's stopping us from being run over by Janetta, which is very generous. So you've got the Z4 now. I mean, is it just a case of all of you going out and doing a couple of laps, or as this is a new car, do you need to get a lot of night data?
Well, it's good to know how does it feel to be before the race. You know, you don't want to get surprised going out and not seeing or seeing too much. So this is important to see.
And also, this livery is being designed to be particularly good at night, I believe.
Yeah, it's reflective, so it should look nice with the flashes of the cameras. It should light up.
Faisal, thanks a lot, best of luck. Indeed. So it is very much a dramatic livery. There's a nice bit of carbon fibre and the yellow and the green.
What you can't see in that shot is that the whole of the top of the car and the roof rails, as well as the top of the back. Oh, thanks, guys, that's great. You can see it's in unfinished carbon fibre, and the roof is the same, and the top of the rear wheel arches is the same. And those orange bits that you can see on the side of the car, above the dark green, will actually catch the light in the dark. They are fluorescent or reflective, at least. Just starting to see it on the rear quarter panel there, and it is a stunning livery. That car carrying the number 1, of course, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by the Schubert Saudi Falcon teams. Schubert won this race last year with a similar car to that. It's not exactly the same. There are a few things different to that car. It's had some development on it in the intervening 12 months. It was the Need for Speed, the Shift Need for Speed 2 car last year, in black and white if you remember, and that was the car that won. But it looks like it's up against some stiff challenges from cars that weren't here last year, and the Ferrari 458 GT3 wasn't available at this time last year, and it's making its debut here and has already proven, Jim, to be a very, very good proposition.
It's certainly turned the trick during qualifying. It will be interesting to see how they are able to meet with their strategy, because besides the time strategy, Paul, you ought to be in heaven at this event, because not only are we dealing with the strategies of minimum times, but we're dealing with the strategies of fueling the cars, because while a tank may be one size, the amount of fuel you can put in at every pit stop is regulated. So you may have a 120-liter tank, but you can only put 100 liters in. So does that mean you can then stretch it on that last?
That would be the idea. As long as you don't go over 2 hours, though.
Exactly.
That's the other thing
you've got to go over 2 hours, then you've got an advantage. There's so much strategy in this race. It's going to be marvelous.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing you do is to use the course neutralisation periods, the code 60 periods, not safety car periods here at Dubai, but code 60 periods when everybody reduces speed to 60 kilometres per hour. You can use those periods to refuel as well. And so it's actually going to be virtually impossible for me to know, stood up here, how much fuel anybody has got on board at any one given time. The only way that we can plot the strategy really is to do it based on driving time, and because the maximum driving time is 2 hours, then no stint can go longer than that. But other than that, there's going to be very little in the way of me being able to predict what's going to happen, because there are too many unknowns, and that means for the team they've got to have some fairly smart people making sure that they don't do anything silly like run out of fuel or put the wrong tyres on.
Could they run a full 2 hours on a full tank?
At 120 litres.
I think that'd be hard pressed to do.
Depends how hard you're pushing.
I don't know how. If you're on a lap time which is way off the potential of the car,
you could extend it that way.
Just saw the Nissan 370 in the pit lane there. That's the number 100 car, and we'll have a chat with one of its drivers in just a moment. Just hearing news from Liz Neville from RGN that they are going to be the first customer for the GT3 car from Nissan, the GT3 that's been developed here by JRM and Nissan. That the first customer will be the RGN concern, long-standing partner of Nissan, running the GT Academy winners since 2008, and from this season RGN is known as RJN GT Academy, which means that Nick, being with the inaugural winner of the GT Academy, is more apposite than ever.
I do love being apposite, but more than that, I like being in the company of Lucas Ordonez. Lucas, you're at Dubai, we're here, it's night practice. It's quite magical for us. Is it the same for the drivers?
Yeah, well, it's for myself, I really enjoy to drive in the night. Now it's quite cold, the tarmac is quite cold, so the drivers have to be really careful in the first laps. But everything well. I really like to drive in the night. I really enjoy, and Yeah, the car looks good for tomorrow's warm-up and then the race, so everything good.
How are you four GT Academy winners gelling as a team? Is you working well as a team? Do you like the car in a similar way? Do you like the car handling in a similar way?
Yeah, it's totally different than my LMP for last year, but I get used to it quickly. And the car is really, really well balanced in terms of overall grip, and yeah, we just work in the rear wing to get some more grip in the front, and that's what we did, and all went well in the qualifying. Nothing to do with the top guys in our class. They've got much powerful cars, so working really hard to have a really reliable car.
Now, you're obviously used to sharing a car. You've been doing LMP too, but in fairness, you've always been the junior member of the team, be it with Sai or Frank or who it may be. You're now the senior guy, so is it what you says that goes now as far as setup's concerned?
Yeah, well, I'm the most experienced driver now in this team, so my role in the team is a bit different than before in Le Mans and this kind of racing. But we have to work as much professional we can, and that's what I'm doing. No? My feedback of the car was an understeering car, so we improve a little bit more the car with our setup. Everything okay, and with this new role, I feel really good, and the guys are doing a great job.
So, the four of you, when you go home tonight, you go to your, I assume, luxurious hotel. Will you be having a bit of a race on the PlayStation somewhere between you all?
No, I don't think so. I need to rest. Today it's been a really busy day with all the team, with the media, with all the events we had. So I go home, have a good dinner, and to the bed straight.
It's a very good point. Are you surprised how much we, as the motorsport media, and in fact everyone, has taken this Nissan GT Academy to heart? We all feel like, obviously you're 20 years younger than me, but we could have been there if only our thumbs were slightly better.
Yeah, absolutely. This GT Academy program, it's been amazing, as you can see, and as you help us to make it better, no? So, nothing to say. We are proving that the results are amazing for all GT Academy drivers and winners, so working hard for the future and to achieve more good results as Le Mans for sure.
Lucas, fantastic. Have a rest. Thanks, mate. I think it just goes without saying this is just a fantastic programme, and I just wish I was a much better virtual racer and 30 years younger.
There's no real answer to that, frankly. Thank you, Nick and Lucas Ordonez in the pit lane. One of the many Porsches that are with us this weekend. They do have one of their own classes. If you're not quite sure about the classes, don't worry. It's taken us a while to get used to it. If you go to radiolemans.com and click on the Dubai 24 download tab, you'll find that there's one of Nick Damon's Explains It All pieces on there that tells you all about the classes. Now, there is the GT3R we were talking about earlier on. That is the JRM Nismo collaboration. Notice it is right-hand drive as well, that car. This is its first competitive outing. JRM ran GT1 versions of this car to great effect in the FIA GT1 World Championship. In fact, it was the only real GT1 car out there as far as the regulations were concerned. And they're making these cars available to customers, as we said earlier on. And earlier on, Michael Krum was very, very quick in that car, and it looked for a while as though he might have stolen a front row spot, but was usurped by a couple of Lamborghinis. That GT3 car is a team of all talents, all champions in that car. Michael Krum, the fastest of them. I'm just doing a quick change there. Nick Damon has got Michael.
Michael, I mean, we've seen this car suffering a few teething troubles, but then you got the thing out in qualifying and banged it on third of the grid, so it must be basically a fine piece of kit.
Yeah, I mean, we had a tough start, as you said, to this weekend, and what we know that the Nissan GT-R is absolutely fantastic to drive. It performs well, and we are very happy that we could show that in qualifying, that actually once everything runs smooth, it's one of the fastest cars out there. So.
Now, your teammates come from all classes of sport, but you come from driving the GT1 version of this car. Tell us the differences between the two vehicles.
It's a little bit heavier, the GT3 car, due to the regulations. It uses the road car engine, so it's a different engine. We don't have carbon brakes, but we have ABS, so still I have to say it feels not so different. And I believe if we work a little bit more on it, I think it's almost going to be down to the same speed. The potential of the car, in my eyes, is really huge.
I mean, it's an absolutely stellar GT3 field, and you're coming here with a new car. If it runs to the end, do you think you can challenge for a victory?
I certainly hope so. But in a 24-hour race, you never know what happens. I mean, we can run well, or we don't run well, and there's so much traffic out here as well, and so many unknowns. So I believe we have the speed, and the team has the performance to do it. And if everything runs smooth, I'm confident we can be up there, yes.
I mean, I'm sorry I don't know this, but have you done this event before?
No, it's the first time I do this race, and it's very exciting. I mean, I love the track, I love the organization. I think it's going to be a really exciting race.
It is an amazing circuit to drive. I mean, is it just because it's got so many different variations of corners or cambers, or just because you've got so many cars on the track with you?
Well, yes. I mean, first of all, the track with its layout, it's very technical and very difficult. It has high-speed stuff, technical, complicated stuff, slow-speed corners. So it has everything that actually a good track needs. And it's also wide enough, and it is safe. So, yes, the traffic, it's tough, but the track's actually pretty good for heavy traffic, so it's actually down to us to not make a mistake and keep the car on the track without hitting anyone.
As you said, the car's new, but you have probably the most professional and experienced driver lineup here. I mean, how much an advantage is that to your team?
I think that's a big advantage. All the guys are super professionals, and I'm confident that we stay out of trouble. They're all very much race experienced. With 24-hour races, all championship winners. So, I mean, it's the best package, the best teammates you can actually wish for a race like that.
Michael, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
I think that's a fantastic point that Nick was making there, Paul, because that car has a real chance with its pace of actually winning this outright. Now, let's put the but into this. It is a brand new car, it isn't tried, this is its first major event, never mind first 24-hour event, but those guys have got the nous and the experience and frankly the skill to drive around anything that this race throws at them.
Yes, and I mean, while it is a brand new car as well, I mean, it's not like a brand new car that you've designed in your garage and it's the first time you've actually taken it out of the back of your garage, is it? I mean, it's a development, it's an evolution of a road car. I mean, when I got my brand new car a couple of years ago, I was a bit nervous, but that was for other reasons. I didn't expect it to break down on me. And I think engineering, motor engineering, race car engineering, is generally of such a high standard these days that whilst, yes, you get problems, they are the problems that you can drive around or that you can fix quickly. They're not the problems that hopefully leave you stranded out on the circuit. I mean, without actually wanting to put a favourite onto this race, because I don't think it deserves one. I think it's too close for that. I think that driver lineup is so strong. The way the regulations have been written, they've got to do this lap time, and any other team which has a gentleman driver has got to do that lap time as well. Now, if you give an easy task to 4 people, there's a better chance they're going to make a good job of it than if you give an easy task to 3 people and a hard task to 1 person.
Right. Note from the organisers here, and I know we're being listened to down in the pit lane on 87.6 FM and on the very efficient PA system here, that at 18:33 local, which is in a couple of minutes, 5 minutes time, any cars that don't have a lighted start number will get a black flag. So the door numbers must be lit. I noticed a number of people had those self lit electrophosphorescent ones that Audi pioneered a few years ago at Le Mans.
Everybody in the field has them here. It's another thing that just makes this event great.
Now, a little moment there for the 22 Porsche as he was trying to get into the pit lane coming out of turn number 14. Found himself on the wrong side of the track. He was too far over to the left and was very nearly collected by, I think, the Nissan GTR. Yes, it was the Nissan GTR GT3. It's not going to get complicated later. There he is in the pit lane. And that was a close thing out in the darkness. And now we do see, and you'll see from our television camera shots, that's the pit lane. That's perfectly well lit. The Ukrainian entered car coming into the pit lane, perfectly well lit. Some of the teams have got extra lighting over their pit apron areas. That's the front straight, and yes, you'll always get a little bit of flare because those headlights at one stage are coming directly towards the camera as they crest the brow. But look off into the distance. You can see there are patches of darkness out there, Jim.
Patch of abyss out there.
Yeah, yeah, there could be a lot hiding in that. Now there's the Black Falcon 23 car. They've got a couple of cars. Ooh, very surprised Nissan didn't manage to get that number.
Up to 59 cars out.
It's not good enough, is it? Because everybody's got to be out there. And so I wonder if there's
90 minutes to go.
Well, yes, I wonder if there's been a bit of horse trading in the pit lane, and people have said, well, if you're sharing a pit with somebody, do you want to go out early, and we'll go and have dinner, and then you come back in, and we'll go out afterwards. It's a possibility.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Let me have a look with the binos down at the team catering area and see if there's very many people in there. There's a few in.
It's probably media.
I think media have been in there constantly since the start of the meeting.
60 cars are now.
Quick flash of Mark in there in the Porsche, and that is the 120 Nissan coming back in. It was Tanaka-san who set the time on that earlier, as Jim surmised. That is
ready to get in.
No. Yeah, that's Dicky getting in. It's a very distinctive helmet that he's got, with that cracked sort of eggshell paint on it. So, Richard Maiden.
My dad had a 120 Nissan, except it was called a 120Y, and it was a Datsun.
A Datsun Cherry?
Yeah, well, no, it was a precursor to that. It was the 120Y. That's all it was.
Was it the fastback or the four-door?
No, four-door. Dad, come on.
Okay.
Should have been a clue.
In fairness, though, those cars, little sort of square and boxy, but all of the Nissans, and even those Nissans, as in comes on the end of the tow rope. Yeah, that is the 99 Porsche. Just back to the Nissan for a moment. We know people who raced 120s and all kinds of Nissans. Bob Leitzinger in his early racing career raced little four-door 3-box Nissans to great success in SCCA racing.
Still does today in vintage car racing.
Exactly. Got one back and done it up exactly as it looked in period, and it's one of the fastest things out there. Fantastic little thing. A couple of minutes before the unlit door numbers will cause black flags to be thrown. See, a lit door number on the 38, not a problem.
It's got to be on both sides.
Yeah, good call. That's the Aston. And as you can see again, the numbers on that door square are just slightly illuminated. Saw the guys fitting them on earlier today. It's not everybody drilling the panels, so there's quite a bit of gaffer tape being used around the bottom of windows to just go over the top of wires onto those illuminated door squares. And as Jim says, there's absolutely no reason for them not to be like that one is. Oh dear, and that is the Paul Sitting car that has certainly the left hand side number not illuminated. You'd have thought that would have just come on.
Well, it's only 1832 at the moment.
Okay.
And it could be a situation where the connection has come loose.
Well, you'd think they would come on with the lights, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
it wouldn't be an extra flicker switch, but you never know. That's distinctive. There's a lot of cars scrolling across the bottom of our screen that haven't got them. Very distinctive light green LED strip above the window. There is the Z4 of the Saudi Falcons, and we might get a chance now in the darkness to see that.
It's also a great name. Saudi Falcons.
Saudi Falcons.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. I think we might get a chance to see that livery working well.
There's a chap on the start line gantry who's looking very worried at the moment because he's just wondering how he's going to show 48 cars of black flags.
Yeah, good point. If you
the 12 wasn't in the list.
Oh, was it not? If you want to know what it's like behind the wheel of that Saudi Falcon Z4, simraceway.com. I've got that car to download and drive around. It is in the colours that won this race last year.
Now, I'm not a gamer.
Right.
That race pass my car. What's the difference between a sim raceway and
a console game?
Yeah, a console.
Laser scanning of tracks and cars.
So things are more accurate.
It's much more accurate. It's a tool that you can actually use, and you'll hear the guys. Now, don't get me wrong, and not to upset anybody, but the latest console games, we've seen how much work goes into them. We've worked with the guys in the past, and
and I've seen and tried yours at home.
Yep, exactly. But when you talk about making the step from simulations, from console games, even the very best console games, to true simulation, then you're talking about an additional level of detail in terms of modelling the cars, the sounds, the tracks, and also with something like Sim Raceway, which is a full simulation community. Think of it as like iTunes for racing. Then you buy yourself into cars, but there is prize money up for grabs in races. So, Paul, what have you spotted?
Well, I was looking out of the window into the darkness and was blinded by a pair of headlights. Are they headlights, or is that a street lamp that's just pointing in our direction?
I think it might just be a street lamp.
I think it's just a street lamp, isn't it? Yeah, it's the pole that gives it away, isn't it?
Now there is the 12 car coming into the pit lane without door numbers lit.
But it has a nice sunstrip.
It's got a great sunstrip. See, if your numbers, look, lit numbers. If your number has to be lit, why wouldn't you just buy a cheap LED torch and tape it on the top and flick it on? Paul has one on his head.
Well, but this works so much better. The car's out at night. I would love this in Sebring.
Lamborghini. Now that is dark. That is dark out in the distance there, and all kinds of stuff will be going on there during the race. Now, what I will say is we've seen the officials' office, and the CCTV here is absolutely without peer. Very, very good indeed.
The other thing that did impress me as well, I think I spent a little bit of time in the timekeepers' booth this afternoon. They're timing it with a staff of 4.
Really?
They have 71 cars, 24 hours, they have a staff of 4.
63 cars have gone out, gentlemen, so far. Sorry to interrupt.
It's all right. We were talking about the GC Automotive team earlier on, and the 106 team. That's the car that has a 3.5 litre engine. It looks rather like a VW Scirocco. Nick is down in that pit now to find out more about this very clever operation.
I'm with Kurt Fields. Kurt, we've been talking about your GC automobile car because it looks a lot like a Volkswagen Scirocco. Why is that?
I think it's a choice by the team owners. You actually can put any shell on this car because it's one of their own designs, space frame construction. It's got a V6 in it. This one, sequential gearbox, but you can put any shell on it if you will. Now, why they chose Scirocco, we'd have to ask the team manager. But you could take any shell.
So what racing series would we normally find that car?
24-hour events like this, absolutely, because it is a prototype and it's running in the prototype class. So it's not a homologated car as they are, and they put them together with their engineering skills. And you can see the whole team here, if you stick around a while, they're very passionate about what they do. They know the cars inside out. The other car that they run is the same thing, space frame, has a V8 in it, 500 horse. You can put any shell on it you want. Maybe there was a former sponsor that decided that they had a Scirocco and a BMW, I don't know. So I'd like to see a Porsche shell on it, actually.
You say Porsche, and I noticed from the stickers and the patches you're very experienced in endurance racing over the pond. What brings you to Dubai?
Okay, I used to race in at Daytona 7 years while I was living in the States for the 24 hours with Porsche, Freisinger, Conrad Motorsports, and some private teams. And I moved to Europe, and I took up an old girlfriend of mine, the Nürburgring 24 hours, which I've done now 5 times. And I wanted to try something new last year and came here to Dubai. And a fantastic experience last year. I was with a Dutch team, Cor Oyzer. We finished 5th in class with all kinds of hassles, but we had a great time. And so left a good taste in my mouth, and I came back.
I mean, it's great. Talking to guys like you who really are what is the heartbeat of endurance racing. I'm very jealous. Nürburgring, Daytona and Dubai. Which is your favourite?
I have to say Nürburgring. It's a driver's track. You need some, excuse the language, big kahunas. You need to anticipate. You need to be ahead of the various situations that you're in. As everyone knows, Nürburgring, the old Nordschleife, changing conditions all over. Also, what complicates the race there is the number of participants, 220, 230 cars, big speed differential. So making it to the end at Nürburgring is a really special feeling.
Now, it's an interesting point you make, because we have our resident statistical expert, Paul Truswell, up in the booth. Now, Paul has worked out that actually, with 70 cars on this track, the concentration of vehicles is way above the 230. That must be a real challenge.
It is a challenge, in particular because you got a good part of the track which is in the dark. You don't have the best visibility, and you have big speed differential. But you have a lot of runoff area, which you do not have at the Nürburgring. You make a mistake at the Nürburgring and hit one of the curbs, you're out. And then you have the factory drivers. They're all there representing their marks. They drive like bats out of hell. And there's very little room for everyone in some of those turns. So lots of accidents do happen. So, yeah, there's a safety issue at the Nürburgring they got to watch out for. They got to sanction those who aren't respecting the rules. But it's a fantastic track. And here it's a different variable. A lot of runoff, but a very technical and very fun track to drive.
I'm massively envious of you. Thanks for talking to us. And it's a good thing to see that having a Formula One standard circuit actually does work for endurance racing because of the huge runoffs in tarmac, John.
Yes. Talking about Daytona, another race you'll be able to see on Motors TV, more than half the race live with us pitching in with our talkie bits. That's at the end of January. Guys at Motors TV cranking up the endurance content again this year, kicking off in style here with the Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai. I do like that concept though of here's a tube frame car, here's the engines that it fits, slap a body on it that fits with your sponsor or or your own particular taste.
Well, and I think most of the sponsors are going to want you to, if you've got a manufacturer who's behind it, they're going to want the same engine in the car that matches the badge. You're not going to be putting a small block Chevy in there and then putting a BMW badge on it.
I don't think it matters at that point, does it, though, really? Because I bet you the 5.
It would to them. It wouldn't to you and me.
I bet the 5.2 litre behemoth of a V8 in that BMW, I bet it's not necessarily got the white blue propellers on it. And the same for the 3.6 in the V-dub shape.
Right.
Now that is a Mercedes, and that does have a 3-pointed star on the cam covers as it heads off into the darkness on the far side of the circuit from us. And Paul Truswell has rejoined us, headlamp and all. He's been studying various data.
Yeah, I've got a problem because I can't get my computer to work over here, so I have to go over there if I want to view my computer.
We'll run you a longer cable.
Yeah, it's wireless or something. He doesn't like wireless.
We'll run you a longer cable.
Well, that's very kind. No, I was just interested in previous results, and so I was really just looking up what had happened in previous years here, because I knew that the Schubert team car had won here last year, and in looking that up I discovered that it had done 594 laps, and so I thought, oh yes, I ought to find out what the record distance is. Record distance is, in 2010, 608 laps. So we've kind of got a benchmark there which has already been beaten, but 608 laps is the most that's ever been done in the 6 years that we've had this race thus far. And it was an IMSA performance entered Porsche 997 that won in 2010. IMSA Matmut, that's right. In 2009, 573 laps were completed by a Land Porsche. In 2008, I don't quite know what happened. They must have had a long time under safety car conditions or something. It was again won by a Porsche RSR. 504 laps were completed. 2007, it was a BMW Z4, funnily enough, entered by Dunlop Motorsport. 567 laps completed. And in 2006, the inaugural event, which was in fact a lot of the earlier events, I'd completely forgotten this, was sponsored by a different tyre company from what we've got now.
That's absolutely right. And what was the laps that year?
Laps completed 519, and it was another Dula BMW, but it was an M3 rather than a Z4.
Problems for the Writer Engineering Lamborghini number 25. Nick Damon is there. Have you had to get your spanners out, Nick?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's a case. I think I may have need to bring my lump hammer as well. It's beyond gaffer tape. I'm with Bernard Muller, one of the drivers. Bernard, what's the problem with the car?
I was already in position to take over from Dennis, and he came in earlier than expected. And I just heard that they're losing oil, so he slowed down immediately. But there must have been some pressure left so that he could make it back into the pit. Now they will have to see what the problem is, but they don't know at the moment. I don't know whether they can fix it out here or whether they will have to take the car back into the pit.
And Bernard, it's a big pity because this car obviously been going so well. We saw Peter do it in an unbelievably fast time this morning. What's it like driving in a team with Peter Cox?
It's great. I have the experience from last year. I was with Peter here as well, and we started from pole position. It's a very, very nice feeling, and the car is doing just excellent. So I'm still very hopeful for the race. You know,
I mean, you have to do 2 or 3 night laps. If it's a big job and you can't go out and do those night laps, can you get a dispensation from the organisers?
Well, I mean, everybody does some laps now here in the practicing, and in the race, all 4 of us will do night laps. Probably not a double stint like the professionals, but at least a single stint. That's for sure. You know, and a 24-hour race lasts for 24 hours, including the night. So that's what you have to go through.
Bernard, thank you very much. And as the car is, if you look round, it's actually being wheeled back in. It's a small leak because it's not. They seem to have found it and cut it off. Obviously, they have to decide what the source was. It wasn't completely empty, or they would have stopped the car out on track. So it's a minor leak, but beyond the control of either tie wraps or duct tape.
Essential items both in the engineering repertoire in GT and endurance racing. So we've still got an hour and 14 minutes to go. There's still at least a dozen or more, probably closer to 15 cars who the organisers are unhappy with. That is one of them that we are seeing at the moment. One of the Heiko Mercedes, and I can't see which one it is. That must be the 5 car, isn't it? That's the first one on the list.
5 is the Saudi Falcon.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, you're right.
6 is the
6. Yeah, excuse me.
16 is a.
You can see why you need it doing, because you've got not a chance of identifying that car out in the darkness. So fair play.
I mean, the reason they need those numbers on is not just so that we can see them and the timekeepers don't need to worry about it because they've got transponders, but it's so the marshals can report back inappropriate driving, or if there's something that they need to report back, they have to be able to see which car it is that is causing the problem. So it's a bit like having a light on the back of your number plate, isn't it? I mean, it's
oh, do you need one of those, do you? The 18 Porsche is also transgressing that rule in the pits with the 21. faster than one of the 997 Porsches in this race.
This is the first time they've run in the dark, isn't it? They didn't run yesterday, so it might be purely lack of proper testing, plugging it together properly.
Forgetfulness.
Finger
trouble. All of those things.
Air gap.
Yes. That one's barely on the Nissan. That was the GTR. That one's fine. You see, that's how it should look. Perfect. I do like some of the lamp pods that are fitted to various of the cars. I did see
That's a rally set.
Yeah, there was a Porsche with a proper rally. Oh, hello. Now that is the 17 car, and did I detect a bit of a problem on the right front of that car? So hard to see in the darkness. Now that's the Mercedes-Benz that's running around without. That is. That's the 3 car now. That's now on.
See this?
Yeah,
it's on both sides.
Yeah, I think
further back than I expected to see.
The 3 is fine because that's the Black Falcon car, which is confusingly white. It's either the 6 or the 16.
White and red, though, so that's good.
Yeah,
never a bad thing.
No black on it at all.
Yeah, indeed. And there is the 32 Champions Nissan, which, just in case you didn't know, has Champions written on in foot tall letters on the back of it. At the moment, who's in that car? At the moment,
Michael Crum, it says on my screen.
Well, they do have driver transponders in the A6 cars, so we should be able to tell you who is driving. It's not the case for all the cars, in fairness, so when you join us for the race on Saturday, we may not always be able to tell you who's behind the wheel. Rather like the Nürburgring 24 hours, there are just too many cars to have, and drivers to have individual transponders and frequencies for each of the drivers in each car. But I did see the thought that the organisers here at Creventic were hoping to get driver transponders for at least the A6 cars.
Fully up to 68 cars have made an appearance. So people getting in their 10 laps of running, or 8 laps of running, depending on if they have 4 or 5 drivers.
Sean Edwards in that Mercedes-Benz, really leaning on it through turn 1, and the telltale, and again there, look how low they're running the front of that car. That is the front edges of the splitter hitting the ground as the camber changes take effect. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Watch the front discs get hot at the end of the straight. Amazing to see how hard that car is being leaned on by Sean, very capable driver. With the exhausts just behind the front wheels as well, coming out. I think they'd run all the way through to the back. Sean at the moment running around, that was a 2:05.7 for the car, and that was its best lap in darkness. But again, it's that balance, isn't it, gentlemen, between getting a time that everybody can do without going too quickly or indeed too slowly.
Yeah, I was talking to an engineer of racing cars recently who was describing how when you're doing setup, you kind of shave the peak of the car's performance off the top in order to widen the performance curve, if you will.
Yeah.
So rather than have a very peaky curve, which has got a very small area of optimum performance, you lower its performance and then widen, basically.
Flatten it down.
Tamp
it down from the top.
And that makes the car easier to drive for a lot of people.
And in a race like this, outright performance in endurance racing generally, but in this race specifically, is not necessarily your friend.
No.
Because there's no. I remember some years ago watching both Aston Martin and, as we see now, that's the first time we've had a good look at that Saka. Yeah, that's the 3-litre turbo diesel V6. Oh, that's very nice. Blackpool Promenade, would love that. I remember seeing Aston Martin and Corvette trying different bodywork at the Le Mans test day, Actually, no, it was pro driver with a Ferrari, not with an Aston Martin. That'll tell you how long ago it was. They were driving different bodywork on the car. It wasn't the quickest bodywork that they went for in the race, because although it was quick over a lap, some of the drivers, Enger doesn't care because he just throws the car at every corner, but not everyone can do that. And also, it's not comfortable to drive for 2 hours. It takes too much out of you.
Yeah. But what is, whilst we've got on to prototype racing, what is particularly the case in prototype racing is that you can't afford to get off that peak nowadays, and it takes an awful lot out of you, and it's quite hard to get onto that peak in prototype racing. And so, you know, you, as I say, you just can't afford to get rid of that peak, and you can't afford then to run anywhere off it, because it's so close at the top in endurance racing that...
We'll have a chat about that Saka in a little while, because it is an interesting car. But let's head down to the pit lane into the GT3 racing pit. That is a team, not just a class here. It's the Dodge Viper, and Nick Dermott is down there.
And I've caught up with Aaron Scott, British GT champion, I believe, with his car.
Yeah, it's British Endurance, a bit different to British GT, but British anyway.
Well, you're a champion, though, what really counts. Now, we've entered the night practice with this, the old girl, as you refer to her, and I have to say, I do like the way you've rigged up the headlamps at the front.
Yes, they do the job, actually. I don't know, maybe it looks basic, but it certainly, they work really effectively.
I mean, it is an important thing, because this 24-hour night racing is not what the car was originally built for.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the headlights and trying to get them set up right, it's a massive thing, because especially, you know, you spend so much time at night, and being able to see big is obviously a big help. I must say that racing over in Dubai compared to racing in England at night is a lot easier anyway, because it is a brighter night.
And the weather's much nicer. I mean, let's be honest, Knockhill or Dubai, it's not much of a choice, is it?
No, it's a close one.
Now, talk about the car, because I believe this is her last race, is that right?
Well, I don't know about the last race, but yeah, it's the last race for a while. We're going to do the Blancpain Endurance Series this year with a new Viper, a new generation car. Slightly different to this one, quite a lot different to this one, really. And obviously there's big opposition with Mercedes and BMW and Ferrari, and I hope that the Dodge's car's as quick.
So is that a car you're just buying in off a crate, or are you doing a lot of work on it yourself?
It's really, we're working quite closely with Dodge and with the European agent for Viper, and so we've had some input to the car, but it's a Dodge project.
And of course you can see up and down the pit lane who your rivals are going to be. They're quite good, aren't they?
Our rivals, well, definitely for the Blancpain stuff. We're not under any illusions of how competitive it is in our GT3.
Now, of course, for this race you're in SP2, which is the not quite GT3. The cars are a bit older. I mean, where do you feel you're going to come in that class? It's a pretty quick car against those other cars, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of other like GT3 based cars, and the Renault Megane Trophy kind of things look pretty quick. But you know, we're optimistic about a good result. We've had a good qualifying session, but you know, it's 24-hour racing, and you know, as much as you can prepare, it's always going to be a long, hard race. So we have to see.
Rob Bath's gone out and done a 2:02, and why aren't you going that quick?
Rob's better than me.
I mean, the other point is really, I mean, and it applies across all the classes, is this penalty structure. I mean, how do you decide how fast you want to go, and then decide where you actually go quicker until that penalty slows you down?
Well, for us, we look to the race reference time that we've got. Our car is the old generation Viper, and it's very standard, and there's no way that it would live with anything like the 458. So for us, it fits quite well in the class, and I think we're at a good pace. It's the trick is trying to maintain that pace through the race, and with it being in the desert, you hope that as the rubber goes down during the race, the track will improve a little bit as well, so things get easier.
I mean, as a racing driver, what hurts more? I think that the whole Ferraris have gained 70 kilos, lost 15 litres, but also gained 15 mil of ride height. Is it that ride height that's going to affect them most?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the weight's an issue, because it's like having a light passenger in the car, really. But the whole thing will mount up, because one of the big things here is managing the tyre wear as well, and obviously with a ride height penalty and weight, you know, all of that's putting more stress on the tyres.
Right, wish you the best of luck. Have you done your night laps, or have you still got to go out and brave the circuit?
I've done my night lap, so I'm ready to go now.
I'll see you at see you for dinner in a couple of hours. Thanks, Aaron.
He's a good guy, is Aaron. That was he's had a decent season last year in the Endurance Championship, and good to see him. What he was talking about there, that project, the Dodge project, is very, very interesting indeed, because it's the first time that the factory in Detroit has been interested in going racing for some time. We know of the problems, Jim, that the American car industry has had. Corvette and GM have been steadfastly remaining in motorsport, and particularly in motorsport that pertains to things that you can win with on Monday and then sell, win with on Sunday and then sell on Monday. And I think it's good that Dodge is getting the urge back.
And it is more than an urge, it is a commitment. I know that you know Bill Adam, who worked with us on the American side last year, does a charity event every year, and one of the big contributors to that charity event is the CEO of Dodge, and he wanted to bring some of the new Vipers down to be used in that charity event because he is so excited about motorsports. He's caught the bug, and I look for big things from that in the very near future.
Bad news for that 3.6 engine GC, the Scirocco-shaped car. Nick Damon's put the mockers on them, Paul. That's out on the far side of the circuit. Looks like it's coming back on the end of a tour rope.
Yes, I think I won't blame Nick entirely, because there were some commentators up here that were saying how good the reliability was earlier on as well.
Might have been us.
I suspect that's going to be something that we see more of. I can see where it is out on the circuit as well, isn't it? It's around about turn 9, I think, turn 8, turn 9 area. Turn 8 it is on the circuit. And as far as I know, the regulations allow cars to be brought back to the garage area in the race situation as well. So you're not like at Le Mans, where if you're stuck on the circuit you have to bring it back using your own toolkit. The car can be brought back behind a rescue vehicle, and it looks, looking out there into the darkness, as if that is what is going to happen with that Porsche engine car. The Saka now featuring more strongly on the screens. Got a shot of the rescue unit bringing that car back as well at the same time.
The 120 Nissan 370Z. That is that's the Nicky Maiden car. The 100 is the gamer car, and the 120 is...
The 120 is the Dickie Maiden car.
Yep.
The 100 is a gamer car, and the champion's car is the 32.
Al Masood behind the wheel of that car at this point. He's been out most of the session.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with how he's attacked his motor racing this year in both prototype and GT racing.
He did a bang-up job in the States.
Well, considering his debut was Lime Rock, there's no harder debut.
Rock on a rope.
And rock on a rope. And he took the car out right at the very beginning of the race. Managed to avoid the carnage, with some very much more experienced drivers did not. And his season just got better from them, to be quite honest. Looking at the Saka again, this diesel engined car, which, as Nick rightly said, I think when he was talking to the team earlier in the week on RadioLeMans.com, has the look of an 80s sports prototype of it.
Only smaller.
Yeah, it's sort of like
almost like a Camel Lights car.
Yeah, or
even smaller than that.
A C2 car or a Sports 2000 with a roof.
I was going to say Radical with a roof.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what it was.
It does. There is a bit of a look of a C2 about it. They were quite small things. It's a very interesting little project, and the guys. They normally runs with a Subaru 2-litre engine in it. They've backed this diesel engine into it with 300 horsepower and 600 and lots of Newton meters of torque, which means that as a race car, it makes a really good tow vehicle as well.
Torque is your friend.
It tows its own trailer, which is really good. Halfway through this session, just over, and not that times are counting for anything, but the best lap times are all down in the 203 and 204 area, with the problematic, should I say, Lamborghini in the pit lane for some time now. Dennis Rotera brought it in. It's not yet left. The 203-221. Sean Edwards, we saw pedalling the Merc pretty quickly. Or that car at least, has done a 203-644. I have to say I didn't notice who mentioned it. And staying in the 203s, the number 9 Lamborghini. Now Roald Gotha is in that car at the moment, and a 203-783 for that car. Now all of a sudden, early on in this session, it was all spread out a bit, but once again the top 20 separated by 5 seconds. Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that, isn't it? Because as you just said, there's no reason to go quickly. It's not like it matters for anything. You know, you don't even kind of have the pride. I mean, when it's a free practice session, there's a kind of a pride to being on the top of the list. But with night practice, there's not really even a huge amount of pride associated with being on the top of the list. I mean, there's always pride in anything if you're the fastest, I suppose. But it is interesting that they are doing this night practice at racing speeds, and presumably finding out a lot about the car's performance and all that type of thing as they're doing so.
And I think we're also seeing some race pace, and I think that is another important part of this night practice, is to see what race pace is going to be like with as much traffic. Where 69 cars have now made a call, have made turn laps. There's not 69 cars out there right now because there's plenty of cars on pit road, but it gives you another opportunity to work traffic. To work traffic at night, but it's much different with the lights than it is in the daylight.
And also it gives them an idea of tyre wear, doesn't it? Because
very important.
And fuel consumption, because just going out and doing a couple of laps, just like your granny was driving, isn't going to tell you anything about fuel consumption, whereas going at race pace is going to tell you about fuel consumption and tyre wear. So
the task in this session is much different. When it's a free practice session, we haven't qualified yet. So, like you said, there is a certain amount of pride in being the quickest. You're kind of sending a message. Here, everybody's working on race pace and that sort of stuff. So, being competitive, they're going to want to be quick, but they have an agenda that they need to fill, and that's work to the agenda. Tick the boxes, make sure everything's done, make sure everybody's gotten their 2 laps, make sure the lights work, make sure all of the fuel consumption numbers match, because as the temperature drops and the air gets thicker, the fuel consumption is going to change. Same with the tire wear. As the temperature drops, the racetrack gets cooler, the tire wear is going to change. So there are lots of research to be done, and that can only be done if you're running, as Paul said, at a legitimate pace.
There's no rule, is there? He said, looking at the rules. Because the thing is, you guys have talked to more people than I've talked to. But the pit stop can be any length of time, can't it? You do your pit stop as quick as you can.
Oh yes. There's no. I don't think there's a minimum. No, that's what you're saying. It's not like it's got to be 90 seconds. No.
Exactly.
Everybody is talking about changing tyres when they change drivers. I don't think that certainly at the sharp end of field. I don't think there seems to be no advantage in double stinting the tyres.
Can they fuel and work on the car? No. Can they fuel and do tyres?
No, because the fuel stops down at the FR.
That's right.
Yeah,
sorry.
See?
Yeah, so they'll change their tyres while they do the driver change.
Correct.
Then they'll go to the tank to fuel up.
Yeah.
Or they may decide not to. I mean, depending on
how much fuel
they've got on board, they may say, we've done the driver, you've got enough fuel, go out and do a half an hour of driving, bring it back, go straight past the pit, go to the fuel, take on enough fuel to then do the other hour and a half, and you've done your 2 hours. I mean, I don't know if it's feasible, but it could work that way.
But wouldn't you only want to spend one trip at 25 miles an hour down pit lane as opposed to 2 trips during a stint?
Yes, and that's what somebody's got to work out.
Yeah.
Someone is sitting right now working out, or whether it's better to come in. Yeah, exactly. Somebody is also working out whether it's better to go and do half an hour, take whatever it is out of the tank, and fill it brimful, and then do the rest of the stint before you come in. Which way around is it? You spend less time filling the car up, but you've got to come down
25 miles an hour.
Exactly.
The entire length of pit lane?
40 clicks down the pit lane, in case you're wondering what we're talking about. The Heiko Motorsport Mercedes-Benz out on the circuit. This is the 16 car. Still can't see that right-hand number, start number light. Look at those brakes now. That's at the far end of the circuit.
There is a maximum of 4 people who are permitted to work on the car. You can have a free lollipop man and a free windscreen washer. But if a team member wants to read out data logger data, he's got to be one of the 4.
Right, so anybody who's plugging in,
but you can wipe the windscreen and hold the lollipop.
Fire extinguisher?
Not required.
Not required.
No fueling.
The other end.
There are fire marshals in the pit, because last year somebody brought a car into the pit lane.
Fire, that's right.
That was medium rare when he brought it in.
It's well done, but
by the time he stopped it,
it was Pittsburgh.
69 out of the 71 cars we might have been expecting. There's the 3 car, no problem with that side number we saw earlier when Sean was in the car. You don't have to duck out the way of the camera, it's a pit lane. That's the black Falcon Mercedes-Benz.
I love those stories.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they? Those are very, very evocative colours, actually. That's an oil company motor, and they used to run European touring cars and rally cars in that colour as well, in the red, white, and a little bit of black striping. And that's a 997. It's the tsunami car.
Really dark red.
Really dark red. Black's alright, as long as it's got red with it. Now, is that not the car that we saw stranded earlier on, the 22 car?
I think so. No, 99. Came back on the end of a tow road.
Now, Sean Edwards has just got out of the Black Falcon SLS, and he's down in the pit lane, as we saw. And Nick Damon has attached himself to the Mercedes-Benz end of things and can find out from Sean exactly what life is like out on the 3.5 miles of Dubai Autodrome.
How is night time in Dubai? Obviously at the track, nowhere else.
It's not too bad actually. It's pretty good with this car. We got good lights on it, so it's not really too difficult. The only problem you got is the slower traffic. There's not actually a huge amount out there compared to last year at the moment, but it's still difficult. You got to be aware. You know, a lot of drivers are out there for the first time driving light, first time in a 24-hour race, so you got to be aware not to crash, and obviously the night practice.
Now, I believe the fastest SLS in qualifying was down in 12th. Is that sandbagging tactics or a lack of pace?
Well, I don't know, but obviously you know the rules of this race. They're very different, you know. We've aimed for a 205, which is what we'll be doing in the race. We've got only 25 kilo ballast for that. Comparing to the Ferrari, they've got 75 kilos, 10 millimeters ride height, and 15 liters less fuel in the tank. So it's quite a big penalty to take. So we worked it out that if we can get that pace, I don't think they're going to be able to run as fast as that during the race. So, you know, if our strategy works, we should be winning.
I mean, of those 3 penalties, which is going to hurt them the most?
I would say probably the fuel. I mean, the weight, it's a little bit of a disadvantage in a 24-hour race with obviously a little bit on lap time, but more on the fuel consumption and the wear on the brakes. So possibly they might have to do 2 pad changes. But definitely the biggest will be fuel, because we worked it out, maybe about 5 litres would be 1 extra pit stop during the whole race. So 15 is 3 extra pit stops, which is 10 or so minutes. So for them to gain 10 minutes back on the track is going to be pretty difficult.
Now, did you mention that? Because the 24-hour races I've been seeing are normally done on a single set of brakes, but everyone needs to change pads here, don't they?
I would guess so, yeah. It depends on the car, but normally you're going to have to change 1 set. This track is quite hard on brakes. It's not huge. It's not like Le Mans, you know, where you have the long straights to cool them down, and then you know, most of the lap is flat. Here it's very stop-start, so I'm expecting at least 1 set of pad changes for everyone.
how much are the tactics and strategy changed by the fact you're not refuelling at your pit, you're refuelling at a petrol station where you've no idea how long the queue is?
Yeah, it becomes very difficult. You've got to have a team who's really on it with the fuel station. You've got to get there early. You've got to make sure, sometimes you might pit a couple of laps early just to get the free slot. Because if you lose, 30 seconds, 1 minute in the pits is huge. And the strategy of this race, obviously the driver change is crucial because they're changing tyres. They're allowed 4 guns with 4 people. So their tyre change is around 10 to 12 seconds if they're doing it well. So we've got to get the driver change around that too, because every second we're slower on that, we're losing time on track, which is, as you know, very difficult to gain back at the end of the day.
Exactly. So as you stand here, night practice virtually over, you think the 205 is definitely the correct way to go?
Yeah, I mean that's what we worked out as being best for our car, and comparing to the other cars. Obviously, this race is very different to anything else. Like Daytona 24 hours, which we're doing in 2 weeks, it's more of a flat-out race. There's no penalties for going fast. So here is all about the strategy. It's a weird one. The rules are weird, but it's the same for everyone. And at the end of the day, if you look at AF Corsa last year, they had, I think, 4 gentleman drivers. They ran at 2:07 in qualifying, so they had 50 kilos less in the car, more fuel. And they finished second overall because obviously you have just less time in the pits, which is crucial in a 24-hour race. So I'm confident of our strategy, and we'll have to see. Obviously, have no technical problems. It's key, stay out of the pits, and hopefully be on the top step of the podium.
Sean, thanks very much. And quick general report from the pits, John. We're beginning to see some garages go down. Garage door goes down as some people have done their night laps and closed. Ryder have closed their garage door as well to work on their oil leak. And there is one unanswered question, and that's with all this refuelling, who gets the nectar points?
Yeah, very good. Very good, Nick. Absolutely.
So is the 15 litres less on the refueling?
Yeah.
Not in the total capacity of the tank?
Tanks stay the same.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted...
Your tank size...
That's what I understood. I just didn't...
Your tank size is set by the weight and the performance of the car, and then it's how much you can refuel.
No, the tank size is set by what the car will take. So if the car, as a production car, takes 120 litres, then the tank size is 120 litres. And 120 litres is the maximum.
Oh, look, there you go. There is, in fact, a sticker on the car to tell you, thank you, Nick. Don't look so smug. To tell you how much you can get.
There's then a list, which I've got here.
Isn't that fun when they're listening to us?
Yeah.
There's a list which I've got here, which says how many litres you can take on at each refuelling stop, which you can have, Jim. Basically, it's interesting. Mercedes is allowed to take on 110 litres, whereas the Ferrari 458 Italia, if I hold my head there, you can read it, is only allowed to take 100, and they've taken a hit on that of less
15 litres.
15 litres off it, so that's going to be 85 every stop. But they will be able to fill it to the brim at the start of the race, and that will be whatever the size of a Ferrari tank is, which I think is 120 litres. So no, it is, as Sean was saying, a very different race. Whilst it is the same for everyone, it's one of those where you want to kind of find out what the impact of the decisions are that everybody else has made before you make your own decision. And going back to Rob Bath's job, they decided that they wanted to. In fact, he admitted that he'd made the mistake, hadn't he, initially, which had pushed them into the higher performance category. And having made that mistake, they then said, "Okay, well,
might as well go for pole."
Having gone a 2 minutes 2 something, 2 minutes 25, we might as well do a 2 minutes 2 minutes 2 point something very small. It's a funny way to go motor racing, but motor racing has always been about using the rules to your advantage, and this is a great example of that.
Yeah, and also about getting the best out of the available resources. I mean, look at through the years of multi classes at Le Mans, when there was even more classes than there are now. There was always the index of thermal efficiency and all of those things, and we've seen
index of performance.
We've seen it in the Group C era, which we all go misty-eyed about. But let's not forget, the Group C era for a lot of the time was a fuel formula.
Yeah, very much so.
The funny thing is, though, I know a lot of people who are suggesting that a fuel formula might be the way to go. Not necessarily purely the amount of fuel, because the problem now, of course, is you've got different types of fuel with diesel and petrol delivering different power values, but by calorific value of the fuel and giving them, because what we're getting is the racing is so close, but the regulations are kind of now being criticised. Is the petrol to diesel balance right, or things like that? So it's interesting. It's an interesting problem brought about by the different objectives of the different organisations. Creventic very clearly wanting to make this an event that, whilst not being a handicap, can be won by other than the fastest car, what they regard as what made the best man win rather than the fastest car. The Le Mans organisers have a different agenda.
Well, and it used to be with the LMP2 rules that it was, you had, here, the ultimate goal is to win the race. You can take this path with these rules, or you can take this path with these rules, and eventually you get it. Now LMP2 has been separated out, so there's really no chance for that to be to have that ultimate goal of winning the overall race. But this is what I see. This is what they're doing here. You make the choice of what path you want to take. How do you want to set up your car? What is the fueling that works best for you? What is the plan and the system that you can use to get to the finish line first?
Paul Drayson mentioned many years ago, probably a couple of 3 years ago now, on Midweek Motorsport, when we did an interview with him about using a calorific value and saying, here's the amount of energy you can use for the weekend, and basically, to use an American term, have at it. If you want to burn fossil fuel to that calorific value, on you go. If you want to do it with some kind of energy recovery system, that means that you can stretch that fossil fuel further. What type of fossil fuel? Isobutanol we've seen used in the American Le Mans series, etc., etc. And indeed, Paul Lord Drayson unveiled yesterday his electric endurance racing car. He's developed a set of motors for that lovely Lola Coupe that he was campaigning a couple of years ago. The internal combustion engine is out, electric motors are in, and he will be going out to set lap records on well-known circuits. Now, whether the car will be able to race in the what we term the traditional sense, in terms of being able to go out there and be competitive, is unlikely, because the battery technology at the moment just doesn't exist, and it's not likely to exist for some time to give the longevity, unfortunately. But in terms of speed, with energy recovery systems on things like the dampers as well as the brakes, he's going to stretch that technology and make it work harder for him. It's an interesting prospect. Do I think that all electric cars have a future? No, absolutely not. But as I'm with Doug Feehan of Corvette on this, they are part of the solution, they're not all of the solution.
Exactly. See, I agree with that. I think they're a methodology that has some merit. I don't think they are the ultimate.
But in everything that we've ever seen in transport, if you race it pushes technology forward.
In a positive way.
If you are being competitive with it, and if you're trying to get an advantage over someone else who's doing something similar, then it will drive it forward. And, the other thing is, it'll make it sexy. That's the other thing. Electric cars at the moment, aren't sexy. The world's biggest selling electric car looks like an egg crate, and, isn't properly green either, but that's a whole other thing. You see something like the Nissan Leaf RC, of which there are two here, it looks like a silhouette racing car sitting out the back. We were looking at it last night. That looks like a race car, and therefore it looks more interesting to the average man in the street, and therefore he's more interested in, it's more of a halo project, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not everybody goes into the dealership to buy the $100,000 sports car, but if it draws them in there in the first place and they buy the $20,000 5-seater family hatchback, then it's done its job. And that's what I say for electric racing. I think it's got to be there as a halo product for alternative fuels and alternative motive power. I'm just taking the soapbox away now. Let's step off it. As you can see, we've still got
no rances yet.
Not likely to have a safety car,
I just wanted to say hydrogen.
I'm with you.
Oh yeah.
I'm with you.
I think that's it.
I have a colleague who's at work who's deeply into power in general, and he laid into me the other day when I was talking about electric racing cars, and went on about the cost of lithium and battery technology in general is wiping out vast tracts of South America at a rate which is higher than anybody else is wiping out tracts of South America. You hinted at it a minute ago, John, with the suggestion that it's not as green as you think it is. Electric batteries are the problem. It's not electricity per se, but it's the batteries, the way we do batteries at the moment. Not flywheels, flybroods. It's the batteries to store electricity, which is a cost to the environment that I don't think is sufficiently realised and recognised.
Yeah, and then you've got to transport it halfway across the world to make it into batteries. But anyway, let's leave that one for another day. We're watching a very much non-battery powered Audi R8 LMS with good old-fashioned internal combustion engine in it, and the glow from the exhaust. And that looks absolutely fantastic. And being a V10, of course, it sounds absolutely fantastic as well. As we're
even the officials are polite. Car 123, your transporter stopped working. Please fix it at your earliest convenience.
New set of Dunlops going out.
That's the Saka, isn't it?
Yes,
that is the Saka. The Dunlop, of course, providing all tyres for all the cars apart from the AS cars here, because they don't have a fitment on that car. And there, in fact, I mentioned that car and it pops up.
Who is part of the Dunlop group?
Would that be Hoosier by some chance?
Well,
Goodyear. Oh, Goodyear.
Who owns Hoosier?
So it is part of the same group.
Yes, it is.
Well done.
So it might not be the same logo. It's the same mothership.
Okay, very good. I'm led to believe that there's a choice of two slicks and a single wet. There's no intermediates. Oops, that's enough for the Nissan GTR. Oh no, excuse me, that's not the GTR, that's the NASCAR again, the black of the two NASCARs. That is very, very black car. It's the 107.
Very Batmobile.
It is. I'm not sure about the fog lamps on the roof. I'm not sure how that's helping. But the other car, the red one,
you'll be able to pick it out.
Well, that's true. The other car, the red one, the other AS-car, the red car, has the most amazing headlights on. At least that one has got the headlights in the headlamp, where you'd normally have the decals. Stuck over the top of the other one are tiny little, almost like LEDs, which look fantastic. Not sure how they would work in the darkness. Looks like the sort of thing that you would have in your study, hanging over your desk. Now we've got just on 35 minutes left. Let's head back down to the pit lane. We spoke with Brian Highcotter, the American winner of the Nissan GT Academy earlier on today. Well, his European counterpart is the first British winner. Actually, he's a Welshman from Cardiff. Jan Mardenborough is with Nick Damon.
Yeah, I thought I'd catch up with Jan, because I kind of worked out that even though we talk about gentleman drivers, you must be the least experienced person here.
Yeah, it's if we look at it that way, yeah, I've been racing since July. Not much experience in the car, but I've had a lot of races this year in the GT4 car and the SPA car, and I feel really good.
So you've done about 11 races for International C. I don't suppose many of them were this scale, though.
No way. This is the big one. This is my main prize for winning 2011 GT Academy, and I just can't wait to get started tomorrow.
Now, you've been out there, the car's parked, so you've done your night laps. What's it like travelling around this circuit at night?
I can see a lot more than I was expecting to anyway. Racing at Silverstone and Brands Hatch in the dark here is quite a privilege because there's quite a lot of lights around, and there's quite a lot of lights on the back straights and in the corners, so yeah, it's not as dark as I thought it'd be, and yeah, we're pretty well night practice.
So you're saying that the Dubai Autodrome has slightly better lighting than Brands Hatch then?
Yes.
I mean, it is a remarkable story. You know, 6-7 months ago, like many others, you were just sitting on your sofa. I mean, when you look at this, what are your targets for this race? Because this is where the prize ends, this is where it stops, and you need to drive your full-size career on from here.
Yeah, our main goal is to finish the race. There's a lot of important Nissan people here, and a lot of people deciding my future, and to crown me GT Academy champion. So all four of us, all the drivers, want to put on a good show for Nissan, and we want to finish well. So that's our main goal.
I mean, have they set you target lap times? We need you to be as fast as Lucas or as fast as Brian. I mean, what is that dynamic within the team?
They haven't set us target lap times to hit because they all know that we were off quick drivers. It's hard for a driver not to look at lap times and stuff, but I'm trying to get in the habit now early on to stop looking at the lap times and start thinking, Lucas is 7 tenths quicker than me on that last session, but you just can't think about that. It's a marathon, and we've got to finish the race, so we've got to look after the car and the tyres.
So as you look forward to your first 24-hour race, an international event, is there one thing that's worrying you? What's in the back of your mind thinking, ooh?
There's nothing really worrying me at all. I just got to focus on my part. It's a four-man, it's a team effort. All the drivers got to do their thing when they're in the car, and I'm sure RGN Motorsport will do their bit in the pit stop as well. So as long as I do my part well, I'm happy.
Jan, thanks very much. Excellent media training there, I have to say. Marvellous work by Jan indeed.
Fantastic, isn't it, Nick? I mean, just
good.
Absolutely wonderful.
From the very first interview that we did with him and right the way through, I've been tremendously impressed with that.
You interviewed him on the phone and just came away blown away.
Yeah, absolutely. You were at that. You were at the house when I did that, weren't you? Yeah. That whole program, and obviously, we're the broadcast on RadioLeMans.com and on Motors is supported by Nissan this weekend. So you might say, well, you would say that, wouldn't you? But that whole programme has been refined over the years since Lucas Ordonez won it. They've gone away, they have had a look at the strong parts of the programme and strengthened them. They've had a look at the weaker parts of the programme and put more effort into it, to the point where, as we said before, we kind of expect that kind of answer and that kind of performance from the guys, in it, Paul?
I wonder to what extent. I mean, it was interesting that Nick picked up and said driver training or media training or something. It's my belief that kind of thing isn't trained in. You're either of that personality, or that kind of engaging personality that can do it, or you're not. And there's some people you can give all the media training you like to, and they're still not actually going to come over as an engaging, friendly personality. And I wonder to what extent what the GT Academy is about is not actually a driver training program, but it's a driver discovery program. There's a difference, yeah. There are people out there who have talents that they haven't yet discovered.
Yep.
And the trick is to find them and put them in the hole that is their shape.
And the interesting thing about that is they're doing it in a non-conventional way.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what. And I don't think anybody at Nissan GT Academy would necessarily disagree with what you're saying now.
The reason being is that the pool of people that they are drawing it from is huge.
Right.
And that's why they're able to get good ones.
And because they are doing it a different way, it's compelling.
Yes.
So it attracts, from a marketing standpoint, because it is compelling, it attracts viewers, it attracts interest, and then the success. Like you said, yeah, people say, well, we're sponsored by them, so yeah, we would say that. No, we're saying that because Lucas Ordonez has finished well at Le Mans.
Stood on the podium.
Yeah, stood on the podium at Le Mans. The second winner was the
Jordan Tresson won the Blancpain Championship last year in
was
GT4.
the champion, GT4 champion. So these guys have lived up to some really, really high expectations.
I'm with Paul on this. I think that, you know, there are people out there. Motorsport, unfortunately, is a very difficult sport to get into. We've had this discussion on Radio Le Mans many times, have we not? It's not like you can pick up a ball or a bat or a racket or even a golf club and go out and your results ultimately speak for themselves. You can't do that in motorsport because there isn't a Mercedes-Benz SLS at the end of the street that you can go and take part in, or a kart track where you can get in front of the right people. It's going to take a considerable amount of finance more than anything else, as well as the dedication. Discovering these people's talents is part. I'm sure the guys at GT Academy, in fact I know the guys at GT Academy, as we see one of the United Autosports Audis looking for a pad change. Just to quickly finish off before we go back down to there, is the skill of that program, or the worth of that program, is identifying the right people and then ensuring that the people aren't just good at the tests, taking them on through the early parts of their career to develop them to a point whereby they can put them in a position and they can stand on their own 2 feet and go forward from there. And I think that is the real winning streak that the guys, and part of what they're doing in developing that program and developing the parts of that program, are there to refine that bit. But I'm with Paul. Discover it.
Yes.
Discover it.
Yeah.
Let's head down to United Autosports. We saw the 26 car in the pit lane getting a pad change. Matt Bell is in the pit lane. Big news for his bro today, being signed up as a McLaren works driver for McLaren GT3, which means he might come up against his brother sometime soon. Of course, the taller one's the better driver. Nick?
Matt, John Hindhaugh is just surmising that with the news about your brother, Rob Bell, becoming a McLaren driver, you'll be racing him this year, so you have more hair. Are you faster?
Well, I'm not going to break any barriers down with my brother just yet. I'd like to be. That's the aim, shall we just say.
Well, it's indisputable about the hair. Anyway, looking at the GT3 Audi, the R8, I mean, how's the day gone? We've been buzzing around. We saw you getting pulled up to the beak a couple of times. Richard Dean working up this morning trying to sort out some transgressions. They weren't yours, were they?
Well, we do like to keep Richard busy. No, they weren't mine. I haven't actually done all that much running today. We've just been getting the other 3 guys who aren't too familiar with the car, familiar with the track, just getting them as much track time as I possibly could, and then I've just had quite a decent session there. But yeah, as I say, we like to keep Richard busy, otherwise he just sits and does nothing on the pit wall.
It's a nightmare. Race managers never want to do that. Now, looking at the field, it's a very odd situation. You and I are used to race meetings where we look at a qualifying list and Fred's top because he's fastest and Joe's third because he's third fastest. But here, it's all tactical. Have you qualified exactly at the speed you wanted?
Well, we came into this race, as we have done in other 24-hour races, knowing that we might not necessarily have the ultimate car, so our aim was always to, throughout the qualifying practices, just work on our race strategy and work on our race setup. So it was as quick as our race setup could go. I'd like to think if we put some qualifying setup on there, I could have done a bit better, but we're happy with our pace, we're happy with our race pace, we're happy across the board, all 4 of us. We think we can do pretty consistent times through the race, so it's just going to be a case of going out there, keeping it consistent, staying out of trouble, and being good in the pit lane.
Is the R8 a friendly car to drive in a multi-class, massively mixed field?
I think it is, yeah. I mean, I've just been out there. We're pretty good in the dark. Our headlights are pretty good, so that side of things is nice. The car's very easy to drive. It's comfortable to drive. It's pretty good on its tyres, which we're lucky with as well. Obviously, that's a key factor out here, particularly when it gets hot during the day. So, yeah, it's a good 24-hour car.
Now, do you have those magic Audi headlights they have at Le Mans, where if you flash them 10 times, all the cars disappear in front of you?
Sadly not, no, but they're pretty good. They're certainly better than road car spec, I would say.
Matt, thank you a lot. Best luck for the rest of the weekend. And I think he's got a good chance of racing his brother. Battle of the Skunks for you, John.
Yeah, both Newcastle United supporters, and if you get to see Matt's helmet, you'll see it's full of black and white stripes. Now, just
ugly thing.
A few moments ago on the front straight, going past a couple of battles. Oh, and that was I think that was a little earlier on as well, a little off-track excursion for the 101 Viper, and
Paul has some Thomas Engen news.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just came up a little while ago. Thomas Enger, not a little while ago, as in very long ago, just a matter of 5 minutes or so ago, Thomas Enger setting the fastest lap of the session. We've not really been talking about times at all, as they don't count for anything in this particular night session. But I think Thomas Enger setting the fastest lap by a second. I mean, not just a little bit quicker than anybody else. 2 minutes 2.219. I think it was 2 successive laps, wasn't it, Jim?
Yes.
You were looking at them.
And they got to be really close to his bogey time, if not under his bogey time.
Well, of course,
that's the thing that caught my attention.
Yeah, I mean, of
that's
course,
near the pole time.
Of course, now it doesn't matter at all because it's the qualifying lap which counts towards assessing what your bogey time is. During night practice, it doesn't matter at all. So Thomas Enger then 2 laps under the or faster than anybody else in the number 15 car, and so he can go to bed satisfied with the job that he's done tonight. Thomas at the wheel of the Gravity Mercedes SLS AMG. No sign yet of any return of the Reiter Engineering Lamborghini, that car which went into the pit garage, I think about an hour ago now, with some kind of oil leak. Nick reported that the garage door had been closed, but he also reported, unless I misheard him, that they were working on it behind the closed door. So, being the optimist that I am, I'm hoping that it will come out
Probably
again.
just prep for tomorrow.
It's either that or because the problem is they haven't done all their drivers. So if they can fix the oil leak, then they ought to, in order to qualify the drivers. I think, who was it? It was Bernard Muller, wasn't he was talking to? He kind of misunderstood the question, either deliberately or otherwise, when Nick asked him about whether that had any impact on qualifying the drivers for night racing. He started talking about driving at night, which I don't think was quite what Nick was trying to get at with his question. So there is the question. It does say in the regulations that you do have to complete 2 laps at night. Whether the drivers will go out in another car to do their qualification laps, or whether they'll be given dispensation to drive despite not having done their laps.
Can they go out in another car?
Well, that was my question. I don't know if they can or not. It's the sort of thing that I don't know any of the Creventic organisers in a personal way, but by character they would say, if you're concerned about driving at night and you'd like to go out in another car and you can arrange it, then we won't object. It's the type of thing I would expect to happen. But as I say, it may be that they've been working on the car and they'll be able to get it out, because it only takes a couple of minutes to do a lap, so if you've only got to do 2 laps with each driver, there's certainly time for that yet. We've got 20 minutes of the session remaining still.
The 115 Ginetta has attracted the attention of the race officials, and unfortunately it's in a bad way because the rear lights aren't working. Nick's down at the pit.
Come down here to talk to Nigel Fold. Nigel, just been told you've caused the ire of the race officials for non-working rear lights.
It wasn't non-working rear lights, it was non-working lights.
That's fine. Well, no problem. I'll go. Isn't that a bit of a handicap round here in the dark?
It didn't seem to affect the lap time, so I just closed my eyes normally anyway, so it was fine.
Oh, it's all right then. So how, apart from the electrical failure, I mean, how is it a little Ginetta G50 round here in the dark?
It's good. I mean, we've driven it with really bad lights 2 years ago, and now we've got good lights. They're not perfect yet, but we just need to be angled better. But no, it's good. I like driving in the dark. It's a really different experience. So
now this is a proper little race car, a car we see going around the tracks of the UK, sporting touring cars and its own series. But that's very different from a 24-hour race at an international F1 race circuit. I mean, what changes do you have to make, apart from the lights, so it can last that very difficult length of time?
Well, we're our 3rd year of trying here. So maybe you should ask that on Saturday afternoon, but I think we're getting much closer. The major thing is we run this car in Asia. So we do sprint races in Asia, and the major thing is
it overheats unless you really fully insulate it. So this year we've done a huge amount of insulation. We've actually put in a different gearbox, a Hewland box. The originals were running with a Quaife, which isn't as resilient. So I hope that this year we've kind of learnt enough and we get it right, but we'll see.
So it's a big job getting the car ready, and then of course you've got to battle 72 other cars, I assume of which, 55, 60 are quicker than you?
I think we're like 34th or 35th.
That is swift.
So it's not bad. But I mean, it's a war of attrition as well. So I mean, now it's all about just keeping in there, and hopefully the car will be reliable. And if it is, then we should be there at the end or thereabouts. I hope.
Wish you best of luck, especially with the amount of effort you put in it, and we, being from Blighty, we like the old Ginetta, so best of luck with that one.
Well, that's a success story, isn't it, Ginetta? A brand that could well have disappeared a few years ago. Martin Pfaff did a tremendous job to take it back from the brink. I remember the Pentel Ginetta race days that he managed to put together with some celebrity. Shane Lynch, Boys Own star, and very nearly won the British GT Championship actually. Now goes to compete in drifting competitions. He cut his teeth in the Pentel Ginettas, in the open top cars, and then of course taking on that flame that Martin Pfaff managed to keep alight by Lawrence Tomlinson and LNT, and to the point now where that car there and its descendants, because it has spurned a number of other cars, are a very, very cost-effective way of going racing, Paul.
Well, we were talking about a different sort of academy. Well, there is now a Ginetta Academy as well. Absolutely. These days, isn't there? Where I'm going to be corrected by people who know more than me about this category, but there's a Ginetta Junior Racing where underage drivers can compete in the UK now, which I think is for 14, 15-year-olds.
You've got to be 14 at the start of the season, yeah.
Yeah. And it seems to be getting good grids.
Well, that used to be the G20, but now there's a new Ginetta Junior car that was built especially for that.
It's a specific car, isn't it? And there is then an academy that you can grow from one type of Ginetta racing into another type of Ginetta racing, and it all ends up with more people looking at sports car racing. No longer do people say motor racing and think Formula One. They say motor racing and there's other things on the plate.
And what we were just hearing about there was an inordinate amount of these cars don't just go into single make championships, they go out to Asia, they go out to the Far East to run in national championship. The base model car is something like €40,000, maybe a little more. Lawrence Tomlinson will be telling me I'm giving everybody discounts, which I apologise for, LT, if I have. But there is a variety of specifications that you can add to things like a bigger tank, air jacks for things like endurance racing. Yes, they add a little bit to the price, but still it's not the price of a Ferrari or an Aston Martin or a Porsche. Now, you might well say, yeah, but the Ginetta brand maybe doesn't have the cachet of those really luxury brands of cars, but doesn't that make it all the more sweet when you go out and beat them when you're running in GT4 or something like that?
Exactly, and last June Joe Bradley took me to Croft, and it was the first time I got to see a bunch of Ginettas.
Oh yeah,
Ginetta Juniors, which was very cool. I mean,
G50s,
great racing,
G6, G55s,
and then the G55s in a one make series. It was fantastic racing, and they look great, they sound great. They're sports cars.
We had that discussion about crate motors the other night.
Yeah.
Effectively, that G50 runs with a Ford V6 crate motor that normally goes into a minivan or an SUV. It's a V6. It's pretty much... we've got a code 60 for the first time.
A little code 60 practice.
I wonder if this is for a practice, yes.
I thought it might be for a practice, yes.
Well, there was a bit of overtaking went on the start-finish straight, for which people will be getting told.
Right down.
Yes, let's see them as they come through. So that means... Now, one of the safety cars has been scrambled. Still no lights on cars 6, 16 and 51. And let's see if people are beginning to realise what goes on as they go through. I'm trying to look to see the start of the slower cars coming around on the far side of the circuit, coming into turns 4 and 5, and it's beginning to happen. So clearly it was.
Well,
there was
even,
one or two people
even
who
here
kept
in
them.
front of us now, they're slower.
Yeah, I could see one or two people rather too quickly across the start-finish line, and I'm sure by accident overtook cars that were going slower in front of them.
It depends a little bit, John, not to polish your soapbox up, but it depends how good the marshals are in getting the purple flags out simultaneously as well, doesn't it? Because that's the crucial part of it. The drivers don't have timing screens in their cars.
See, like that.
Yes.
Now that was one of the GC cars that's just gone past at full bore with a BMW E46 in the middle of the track doing 60 clicks.
And that was probably 60 kilometres an hour, wasn't
yes,
it? That
was. He was being very assiduous on that. Now that does kind of worry me. The guys need to sharpen up a little bit. But on the far side of the circuit now, we can see a whole crocodile of cars keeping their distance from the cars in front. There is an intervention vehicle out there as well, with flashing lights on, which is going through the field. That does, I suppose that does give the advantage to, if you need to get to an incident without having to red flag the race. We are hearing from race control, by the way, that as we surmised, this is just a test.
I thought the whole point was that you don't get a crocodile forming.
I think they've put the safety car out to just remind everybody. Well, ultimately, I suppose, if it only comes out at the start line first, then eventually you will get everybody slowed at the start line. But as you say, you shouldn't get a crocodile. There'll be cars at different parts of the track. Now there is a Porsche number 43 coming down the hill towards turn number 16, and he's in splendid isolation. He's doing his 60 clicks, but there's nobody anywhere near him, and that's what I'd expect to see, Jim, to be honest.
And I think that there was
here's another one here. Yeah.
And I think there was a group on the front straightaway anyway, and that's why it looks a little bit like a crocodile.
There's also one of the Porsche 997s, and he's a couple of hundred metres behind the last one I mentioned, but he's neither gaining nor losing.
Yeah.
So that kind of works for me.
Yeah, the theory is that all marshals posts simultaneously wave purple flags.
Yeah.
And so it's not just at the start line, it's all around the circuit.
So you have to sort of go on the marshal's net. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Which is, I think, the crux on which the whole principle stands or falls from this demonstration of it, at least.
Well, at least everybody's had a chance to have a look at it.
And of course, drivers paying attention to it.
Yeah.
If you're in the middle of a battle. The good news is, for using it at this circuit, and I do think I'm speaking to guys who have had this before, this circuit particularly works well because you've got a nice long wide front straight. So if you have driven past 3 cars that are crawling along, you think to yourself, hang on, that's not right. And then if you've missed the lights, you've got the purple flags rather, you've got the chance then to say to yourself, oh hello. Yeah, exactly. And remember, as Paul was telling us earlier in the week on RadioLeMans.com, that the penalties for this is a drive-through with the stationary part of the drive-through equivalent to twice.
No, that's the penalty for
fast laps.
For fast laps.
Right.
The penalty for this is clerk of the course. At the clerk of the course's discretion, with a time penalty of 1 minute.
Well, it needs to be draconian, because if people are taking the mick out of it, then it clearly, the whole point of it is not to have anybody disadvantaged.
Less than 10 minutes now remaining in the session.
Yeah, the time penalty is at least 10 seconds, and the clerk of the course can increase this time penalty with the double value of the encountered advantage when driving too fast. Well, how do you work that out? I have no idea.
Well, they'll know how much quicker than 60 mile an hour average they did over at least a lap. So that is an absolute.
Yep.
because there is a set time which, as everybody goes through, their last lap should be all pretty much within a second or two of each other, shouldn't
Yeah,
they?
exactly.
And it's going to be...
I'm sure there's a little bit of a fudge factor, but...
Yeah, it's going to be
Not
about
much.
8 minutes or something, isn't it?
You can work it out, can't you? It's 5.3 kilometres round, and it's 5.3 kilometres at 60 kilometres an hour, isn't it?
Oh yes, I was going to try and do it in miles there. That wouldn't have happened. So we have the session neutralised for a practice of code 60, which generally speaking seems to have been, and the green flag is already waving as the Saka is in the pit lane because the transponder has been a problem. Now, green flags will have to wave everywhere so that everybody gets back up to speed at the same time. You do not want to be caught dozing, having not lost or gained any problem any times. You don't want to be caught dozing when everything goes back to green. Paul's doing base 60 maths with kilometres. Magic. Wow. That's why we flew him here. So we have 7.5 minutes or thereabouts before the end of this session. Those of you watching on Motors TV, we will be knocking off the live broadcast relatively quickly. We'll have a couple of minutes here on RadioLeMans.com just to wrap up. Now, whilst we have the opportunity, let's get down into the pit lane for a bit of glamour. No, not Nick Damon, it's the Racing Divas.
Oh, you've upset me there. I thought I was the glamour. I am with 2/5, 40%. See, I can do maths as well, of the Racing Divas. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Madame, you are?
Sandra van der Sloot. Pauline Zwart.
So give us a bit of background to the car. You're in a Renault Clio, it's got pink hearts. How come you're here and what is your experience?
We are here because Sandra actually thought of an idea to get a ladies team together for the 24-hour race. And at the moment, you know, with the economics in the world, it's very difficult, so we decided to sell hearts. And every heart costs 500 euros, so the whole car has about 100 hearts on it. So that's how we got the budget.
So what sort of companies and friends have bought hearts?
Yeah, friends and companies and people who want to give you the chance to do your thing on the 24 of Dubai.
And how much have you enjoyed the experience today so far and yesterday? Is it everything you expected?
Now, we are with 5 ladies, and 2 of them have drove here before. And for 3 of us, it's the first time here, but it's a great experience.
So what racing experience do you have back home?
Oh, I've been 4 times Dutch champion. So there are another lady and 2 ladies who had a Dutch champion in the pocket, so we could drive also very fast.
Are you also a champion?
I've been a champion twice too, yeah.
Oh, they're showing off here, all these champions. So, 5 ladies, 1 car. Do you all want the same things? Do you all get on the same way, or is there a bit of friction?
Well, we are 5 ladies, so sometimes there are difficulties, but we all want the same thing. And the first thing is to finish, and hopefully on the podium as well. So.
I mean, you're in a class. There are a couple of other Renault Clios out there, so you could actually attack those cars themselves, can't you?
Yeah, there are a few Renault Clios, some minis. I think there's about 9 or 10 cars in our class, so we have a good chance.
I wish you the best of luck. Your car looks great, and you are by far the most attractive team. That's without any fear or favour. So good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Okay, I will show you the other 2 ladies.
Ah, more ladies. 4 ladies. The 5th lady, unfortunately, is still on the track job. Can't get her.
Yeah, leave quickly now, Nick. Seems like his barren patch has ended then. Nick Damon down there in the pit lane, proving that the twinkle still works. The spirit of Graham Tyler lives on. And
is Mrs. Damon watching from home, do you think?
There's no Mrs. Damon at the moment.
Oh, isn't there?
No,
see, I'm not in touch.
The spirit of fingers and the twinkleness of fingers lives on.
Cameramen are the same the world over.
Oh yeah. So last 5 minutes or thereabouts.
We've gotten a little less polite. We're getting tired of the 123 car. Instead of fixing at your own convenience, please fix.
Yes. Yeah.
Or please fix soonest. Now it has become please fix.
Yeah. 6, 16 and 51. No start numbers lit up still. So that's big for the whole session, actually. So, last chance for anybody to get in.
Smaller.
Yes. Last chance for anybody to get in here. And I'm actually quite surprised, but pleasantly so, gentlemen, at how many people have decided to do the full session, or have made use of most of the session. As Nick said earlier, there's a smattering of garage doors gone down, but ultimately, Paul, it seems as though most people have taken the option of using the track time.
Absolutely. I think a lot of it is about using the track time to become familiar, and also because it's fun. These are enthusiasts.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for this part of the broadcast. We're back with Motors TV, of course, across the weekend, and the whole of every session on RadioLeMans.com. We'll be staying live on the international feed of RadioLeMans.com for the end of the session and some summary. But let's go back down to the pit lane and to Nick Damon to wrap things up for our TV colleagues.
Well, it's been a fantastic and very, very busy day here in Dubai for the Dunlop 24 hours. But the big event obviously is tomorrow, and that starts at 9 o'clock UK or 10 o'clock the transmission in CET. And we will be bringing you the first 3 hours of the race and regular comebacks at Motor. Don't forget, the entire race is on Radio Le Mans, which is set to be quite one of the most spectacular endurance races ever, with tactics and timing and 26 cars that could possibly win. Don't miss it. See you tomorrow morning.